Recapping a wild day one and reacting live to day two. That's what we're going to talk about today on a live Stealing Bananas. Those of you who are listening on the podcast feed will note that this is live and we'll be talking through day two as we're doing it. Those of you that are with us live on YouTube, we're happy to have you here, and we'll be doing sort of a normal Stealing Bananas type episode as we talk through day one and day two for most of round two. And then we will also, through some of round three, be inviting on some guests. And those of you who are around will have a fun time, I'm sure, with that as we maybe loosen up a little bit in the later part of today. But we're going to be here for the next however many hours this takes today. I'm Ben Gretch. You can find my newsletter at bengretch.substack.com. With me, as always, is Shawn Siegele. Found all his great work at RotoViz. Shawn, yesterday was crazy. We did the live stream with the ship chasing guys. That was a ton of fun. We didn't necessarily have a ton of time to talk through a lot of the actual ramifications because we were just trying to process everything, I think, a little bit, and also maybe having a little too much fun in my case. But it was a great round one. We have a lot of intrigue starting here in round two. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, a lot of intrigue, as you said. These first 15 picks could be absolutely crazy. I have moved on from the Chiefs hat tonight. I'm going with Arizona Cardinals because the Cardinals make the big move for Brown yesterday. They get that receiver to launch their offense. The Chiefs, meanwhile, pick defensive players. As Stealing Bananas, we're not on board with the defensive players, even if those are actually good picks. So the Chiefs have been demoted for a night. But Ben, these first 15 picks should be absolutely crazy. I was looking through my notes and prep on this, and only one of the five teams that I have labeled as in desperate need of a wide receiver addressed that in round one. The Bears, Texans, and Browns could all address it in the first 15 picks today. Actually, five of the teams I labeled as in serious need. So again, we're talking about there was a huge need for wide receiver. Those receivers did go early, but then it dropped off at the end, much to Davis's dismay. Five of the teams, though, did address that. Of course, one of the teams that addressed it was the Titans, and they addressed it by actually getting rid of A.J. Brown on the way to picking up Treylon Burks. So then now I think they have another hole, even though Robert Woods is there. Kind of the high-profile teams. The Chiefs are now at 50 and 62, Packers at 53 and 59. Will anybody interesting make it to them? We're waiting on George Pickens, Skyy Moore, Christian Watson, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Tolbert, Justin Ross, a name that I know you're tracking closely. We did an episode on that. We're kind of hoping that he sneaks into day two. He very well could be a day three guy, and we're talking about again tomorrow. And then some names like Pierce, Metchie. We're also looking for some names for maybe our favorite teams to avoid there. You go down to QB, right? Seahawks, Texans, Colts, Falcons, Lions, Commanders, and Saints could all address quarterback before pick 50. That's kind of the breaking point for me, right? Round one really was not. I was a little disappointed not to see those guys go. If they don't go before pick 50, then I think this idea that the NFL doesn't believe in them, we can start to definitely kind of put that in the bank. And then running back, I've got 21 teams who could use either a bell cow, a committee back, a third down back, or a backup. But only the Texans really need a true starter, right? So we're kind of now on Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker watch once we're into day two. So that's kind of where I am in terms of conceptualizing what we're looking at to start off round two.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Sorry, I was doing a little back end stuff on YouTube. We're going to have to work through a few things. I couldn't see the comments, but I had to shift the type of broadcast. So a little peek behind the curtain. I can see your comments now. Got a comment here asking about how the morning was. I got a little drunk last night, but today's actually my anniversary. The wife and I went out. We went and played putt-putt today. Got a little air. Got a nice lunch while the kids were in school. I feel great right now. I got to tell you. You just broke down everything that everyone needs to know. I'm just still thinking about putt-putt. But I did make a hole-in-one, so that's cool. And so did my wife. It's very fun. Shawn, did you mention in that while I was working that we have the Seahawks picking at, 8 and 9 today? One of the things that I'm most interested in here at the start of the top of the second is what happens with the quarterbacks. I heard you talking a lot about the receivers and the running backs. Obviously, so much intrigue there. I'm really interested as well in whether any teams try to move up in front of the Seahawks. And if no one does, there are definitely some spots where teams could try to, right? You have the Jets and the Bears right in front of them, who both have drafted a first round quarterback last year. If no one tries to do the Seahawks take a quarterback at either 40 or 41, I feel yesterday was really interesting with the quarterbacks. I mean, we heard what happened might happen. I was still shocked. I was shocked that Malik Willis didn't go in the first round. Was very surprised that only one quarterback went in the first round, and he was at pick 20. It was Kenny Pickett, obviously. But even though we heard that might happen with this class, I wasn't anticipating that. But we're sort of anticipating that even though, that was sort of expected and did happen, we're now still going to see a flood of quarterbacks in the first half of the second round, probably.
I think so. This is really the sweet spot. And one of the things that happened yesterday is that once you get through the Panthers and the Seahawks early, and they're either not taking a quarterback or they're not moving back to kind of position themselves to take a quarterback less expensively, then you know that the run is not going to happen. And the intrigue really sits with the Steelers. That to me was a strange pick. We'll see how it turns out. But Pickens was the one guy that I had the most question about. And I think that the upside there for the Steelers is the least. And when you're talking about trying to compete and win a Super Bowl title, that portion of it for the Steelers to not go for it, that seemed like a pick that lacked sort of some guts there. And you always want to see your team execute and go for the big win. Now, not surprised to see Ritter and Corral fall, right? Those are the two guys that I think really were the most questions about whether or not they're legitimate NFL starters. I thought the fact that they had kind of moved into this group that seemingly is above how they might sneak into the back end of the first round, especially because, again, they bring that run-pass element that just is so functional for NFL teams at this point. And so we thought that maybe those guys would be rising. They were mocked in some of these last picks for a trade up. And we're just going to see if we get some trades up into that spot there. If the teams do get ahead of the Seahawks, it'll also be interesting to see if Willis is definitely the second quarterback. The fact that he didn't go in day one, I don't think it's a guarantee that he's the first guy who comes off here. Is he the one that you're really hoping your Seahawks get?
I mean, I think that would be the right pick for them. Certainly that would be, an upside play. Would be fantastic. For my dynasty bags, I'm hoping it's either Ritter or Howell. I have Ritter in both of my leagues that I drafted prior to the draft. One is only single QB, and I got him late in the third, but one is Superflex, where I went, and we've talked about this on the stream, I went and moved up to the end of the first round and took both Ritter and Howell. So I'm kind of hoping one of them lands with Seattle. I think right now, and what I heard all through today and kind of the dynasty community was how bad yesterday was for all the quarterbacks, especially in referring to Superflex. I think it's going to be interesting when we see them fall here, presumably in the second round. I think all four will probably go in the second round and potentially in the first half of the second round, as we've talked about. When we see some landing spots, those opinions from today, they're going to be just like memory hold in just today, because that's going to immediately shift again, because it's going to be like, oh, wait, well, a high second round pick. We've seen, I don't know why the first name I'm thinking of is Drew Brees, but you go way back to when they took Tomlinson in the first round of the Chargers and they took Brees in the early second. We've seen quarterbacks, obviously, in the high second. This isn't a vaunted class, but early second capital to a team like Seattle in this draft, with the weapons they have and with Drew Lock as your competition, is going to immediately change again what has been, what was sort of a change from day one in terms of the way that we will value those quarterbacks for dynasty. It's going to shift it again positively and be like, okay, well, I can't be that mad. Like if Malik Willis does fall to Seattle, I think that would be a flip right back to him being not quite as high, probably, but certainly not as low as I've started to hear some people that are a little bit afraid of the lack of draft capital starting to push him down to. I think we'll see that flip again. So
which quarterbacks are you most afraid of them getting buried behind? Like, for example, we were talking yesterday about the Lions and how suddenly they have maybe, within the top five at the very least. So you have to maybe not, top two, but top five in terms of electric playmakers at this point when you throw Hawkinson and Swift in with the receiving group that they now have. that would be so exciting for any of these quarterbacks. Is Jared Goff somebody who is going to block these guys? I mean, Drew Lock is not going to beat anybody out. He's not going to beat Geno Smith out. And so anybody who goes there is going to start. Do you have other places where you like that, even here in the second round?
I mean, this is something we talked about on the show. A lot of these spots are fantastic. Goff is and the Lions is a great example. Goff is still under contract through the rest of this year, but they just added Jameson Williams. They got an incredible young skill position core. You called them the 2024. The 2024 Lions will be the 2021 Bengals on last night's stream, that they're going to be this explosive offense here in a couple of years. Probably won't see that rookie play a ton this year, but Goff is easy to get out of that. Like that contract, I think it's like $30 million in dead money or more for this year. But after this year, they will be able to get out of it if they want to. So if they do take a quarterback here, you have to think that at some point in the 2022 season, if their season's not going particularly well, and we don't expect the Lions to be in the middle of the playoff hunt necessarily, that they would then see what they have in that rookie. That would be the point of taking them in the second round, I would assume, because if they don't have anything with that rookie, then you can turn around, you can just take a first rounder next year. I mean, that's what I don't get with this class not being great, is it's like a free roll when you're a bad team. Take the shot here in the second round, and then next year take one in the first if you have to. If they're bad, that's going to help you get a high draft pick next year.
That's the thing that I keep coming back to, is I don't think we necessarily even have to worry about them like legitimately on the up and up beating out the starter, because if you draft them, you want to see what they can do. And if they're bad and they deliver you a top 5 pick, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, what's perfect is if they emerge and they're a star and they're the next Russell Wilson. But even if they don't, there is a scenario where that works out very well. You can do the kind of mild tank without tanking. And obviously we know the tanking element is going to be more controversial after some of the stuff that was discussed earlier this offseason. If teams tank, they're going to need to do it in a more delicate type of way, I think. And one way to do it is just to play your quarterback and see what he can do.
Absolutely. And I mean, we saw the Cardinals do it, right? I mean, they weren't intending to do that, but because they took Rosen, 10th overall, but they wound up with the first pick the next year. They played Josh Rosen a lot. They were bad. They wound up with the first overall pick. And then they just took Kyler Murray and they traded Rosen and they moved on. And they're in a better position a few years later because of that process. And Rosen could have been good is the other part of it. Like the quarterback position is not one that is easy to evaluate. Obviously, they thought he could be good because they took him in the first half of the first round. But these are guys that with their ability, their dual threat, mobility, as you've talked about, like they're great fits for the current NFL. They're the perfect guys to just take and see what happens in year one. So I'm very interested in that. You talked about a lot of the receivers that we have left. I'm really excited to see where Skyy Moore goes. We talked about George Pickens. And then Breece Hall, you've been pretty glowing in your praise of him as we see that the Bucs start off round 2 with a defensive end. The Vikings come on the clock. They could feasibly be a spot for a wide receiver, but it's interesting. What are your thoughts on Hall? What are your thoughts on where we would like to see him go? We probably would like to see at least enough draft capital that he's here in the early part of the second round. But at that point in today's NFL, that's like strong capital for a running back, right?
It is. I was kind of joking after we finished up last night that if it weren't for Ronald Jones, that I would be pretty frustrated that the Chiefs had managed to pass on both Jonathan Taylor and Breece Hall, because I think that's another situation in which you're potentially passing on a generational type of back. Now, it devalues the term if we're going to use it twice within a couple of years. And I know there are plenty of people who actually believe some of the prospects from last year's draft were better, but you put Hall into the running back prospect lab, you get out a 98 score. He's in there with guys like Todd Gurley and Ezekiel Elliott. You put him into the Combine Explorer, and he looks like maybe a slightly more athletic Adrian Peterson, or basically Adrian Peterson, who we believe can catch passes. And so when you're talking about a draft that people are saying only has 15 first rounders, I mean, you need to believe in those defensive guys that you took, or else it would have made sense to just add a superstar. even if it's a superstar at a devalued position. And one of the things that we were kind of joking about with the Patriots last night is this element where, and we get potentially getting Watson here, this element where they took a position that is not glamorous. They took it after a trade down. We were kind of making fun of that pick. But again, if you believe that this guy is far and away the best player, take the safe picks, make those spots on your roster awesome, and then take some swings at the value positions later if you think that they're actual swings, right? I mean, you can do different things in the draft, and positional value is important, but it's not the only thing.
Absolutely. So the Vikings trade back again, their second trade back with a divisional opponent. The Packers moved up to the second pick here in the second round. We got some people in the chat saying it's Watson. I'm not sure if that's speculation or certainty. I haven't seen the pick come through yet, but you got to think it's for a receiver. An early second round receiver here for Green Bay is interesting. Watson, not our favorite receiver in this class, but Green Bay making a move to trade up, and I assume to get the Vikings to do it. I mean, this is obviously pure speculation, but my mindset is it probably costs a little bit. You got to probably pay a premium to get Minnesota to agree. They're saying it's confirmed that it is Christian Watson. So the Vikings trade back. We don't know the trade package, but I'm assuming that the Packers gave up a decent amount to get up here and get a player that some were projecting into the first round. Ton of athleticism, not a lot of production until his final year, even in a small school. Didn't produce with Trey Lance. Obviously, a top 5 quarterback comes out of his school, and he's not able to really put up a lot of numbers with him, but does have just absolutely ridiculous athleticism. What is he, 6'4" and runs a sub 4.4? What do we think now? How high does Watson go? I asked you a week or so ago on the channel, on our Stealing Bananas pod, whether if Watson landed with the Chiefs, I believe was the team we were using, but we've kind of talked about the Chiefs and the Packers as the best spots. Would he jump ahead of the Skyy Moores and the Jahan Dotsons of the world? Dotson obviously went yesterday, but not to a great spot. Watson landing here at 34 overall to Green Bay. How high does that push him in rookie drafts? He's got to be above that tier right now, right?
He does. And I mean, Dotson's not even in the conversation with Watson here. You're looking at the Packers. Not only do you have Aaron Rodgers, but this is a much better situation than in Kansas City, where you actually have Travis Kelce, Juju Smith-Schuster, MVS, McCole Hardman. Those guys may not be stars outside of obviously Kelce, but there's going to be plenty of competition for whoever ends up in Kansas City. That's not the case here with the Packers. They've demonstrated over and over that they like this profile after they went out and got Lazard and MVS several years ago. Those guys haven't completely blown up, but they've been more or less functional within the offense. You mentioned that this guy will immediately come in and be one of, if not the most, he's going to be one of the most athletic receivers in the NFL. He's definitely in that top group in this year's class. You watch him play, and you really kind of wonder about his collegiate offense. And this is a team that absolutely dominates, right? And Trey Lance absolutely dominated in terms of win-loss, but he was also put in a position where he was somewhat limited as a passer. And it's one of those things that made it much more difficult for him to come out and do the things that people were hoping right away at the NFL level. And so this is a difficult situation for him in some ways, because there's going to be a lot of pressure. Ben, how much do you think Rodgers, like mild disappointment? I mean, he was looking for Treylon Burks supposedly yesterday. Do you think that he came out and said, look, guys, I mean, you have to get here and get this guy, or that doesn't really have anything to do with it?
Well, I mean, they traded the 53 and 59, picks 53 and 59 in this draft. So we'll see the Vikings get 2 picks here in this second round that were Green Bay's. That's a big cost, especially with, I would say, a pretty deep group of available receivers. Maybe no one's going to get down there to 53, but there's at least a few, and there's a lot of quarterbacks still available. There's a lot of players at a lot of positions still available. Obviously, we've talked about some of the running backs. It's possible that like a Skyy Moore is still sitting there at 53. I mean, I think this is a really aggressive move by the Packers. I hadn't seen that comment about Rodgers being interested in Burks. Was that today? I was playing.
Yeah, it was one of the things that I ran across there. The other interesting thing here, Ben, is like you mentioned, the in-division trade. What do you think about that? I mean, we talk so much about, or you hear so much about, okay, you don't want to trade within the division. I think that maybe if you've got a superstar, you don't necessarily want to let them go to a divisional opponent. But if you think that you're going to win the trade, wouldn't you be even more incentivized to trade with a team that, if you're winning the trade, it's going to help you win the division?
I love this for Minnesota. I think this is a great trade. They just picked up an additional second-round pick in this draft. And, man, I mean, they gave the Packers a wide receiver. I saw a comment that said, look, they've made trades with 2 divisional opponents to let them get receivers. Certainly the Lions one was a really high-profile receiver, but the trade value stuff I saw on that had the Vikings winning that pretty comfortably. And now they, I think, are going to easily win this by the trade value charts as well, getting 2 second-rounders for this early second-rounder. And it's a player that there are question marks, and they obviously don't know who the Packers are necessarily coming up to get. But with the players that were left, like you said, you're now allowing the Packers to you're like facilitating the Packers making a move that they might end up regretting, like you were just saying. So they've given up 2 shots now in the second round that could have been multiple positions, could have covered multiple
and they
needs.
Need 2 receivers.
Both hit. It could be 2 receivers. And if they both hit, you're doing a lot there for a guy that advanced age, not a lot of production. I mean, it's been different rosters, but Rodgers has never really clicked early with rookies. This is a team that has a way bigger need, but I don't know that Watson's the guy that I would expect to come right in and click with Rodgers immediately. Like from a pure talent perspective, I don't know that we know enough about him being a guy who's going to come in and earn a bunch of targets and be fantastic. Now we're getting Breece Hall to the Jets. Do we have Breece Hall to the Jets? The Michael Carter bags might be completely dust. Jets, Breece Hall. Probably not your favorite landing spot for Breece Hall, huh, Shawn?
It's not, because Michael Carter did have a good season last year. It reinforces a little bit this sort of trade perspective and this perpetual reloading permanent championship window that we've talked about. Sometimes you get unlucky. Sometimes you get sort of very lucky. Blair and I made a trade in our RotoViz Triflex Dynasty League right before the cut down deadline, where we moved Javonte Williams and Michael Carter for J.K. Dobbins and a 1, 2, and 3 in the 2023 draft. At the time period where it looked like Melvin Gordon might land with the Ravens, you're like, okay, we could lose this by a lot, even though we're still going to have Dobbins and he's still going to eventually emerge. You're going to have that 2023 first. And we talked about why the second and thirds are valuable. But by continuing to move the guys and to not get overly caught up in this idea of having a player who has to be a foundation piece, then over time you do end up with a lot more value. In this case, it appears that we got pretty lucky and moved off of a couple of guys who now have lost a lot of value.
I'm laughing because I was trying to move Carter in one of my dynasty leagues and was not able to get it done. I'm not as creative as you. You get these big deals together. I was just like using Carter to try to move into like a late first in certain drafts or an early second. I can't remember exactly what I was trying to do, but I'd taken him in the early third the year before. And I'm like, I mean, still huge value before this Breece Hall pick, but I was really concerned the Jets might go running back. I did not expect Breece Hall, but just any kind of running back that might actually impact Carter's value. I wanted to kind of move off that, but the Jets have now added Garrett Wilson, obviously Elijah Moore last year. They have Corey Davis in free agency from last year. Now they have Breece Hall and Michael Carter in their backfield. This team has really invested in weapons in Zach Wilson. Is there any, the Jets could be the 2021 Bengals here in a couple of years? Any excitement from what they have built? I mean, we got to talk a little bit about day one as well. Wilson's fit with the Jets has been one that I've had a hard time putting my head around because I don't know how much I buy into Zach Wilson. And I love Elijah Moore and I love Garrett Wilson. Don't really think much of Corey Davis, but I don't know if they can I don't know if Zach Wilson why can't I think of the word? keep 2 receivers afloat. What is the word I'm trying to say here?
Support these guys?
Support is the word I'm trying to. Sean, I drink like at least 8 drinks last night, maybe 10. It's brain's not firing on all cylinders today. I don't know if Zach Wilson can support both Garrett Wilson and Elijah Moore. Now you have Breece Hall, and you have a team that wants to run the ball. You have sort of the San Francisco mentality that came in with the new coaching staff last year. You have Michael Carter in the backfield as well. You're going to get the San Francisco multiple back thing going on. What happens with Elijah Moore and Garrett Wilson? How does this offense look?
It's really going to come down to Wilson, and it's one of the reasons why I think that those cheap super flex quarterbacks are so important, right? Wilson and Mac Jones were the two guys that we really tried to get in all of the super flex leagues last year in startups because they were going to come at a tier that was so much less expensive. Like after all of the good position players are gone, whereas if you're going to look at Fields and Lance, those guys were going to cost you a star who is in your starting lineup. And there were a lot of trades out there for Wilson early this offseason because he was terrible last year. And his comps, you go check out our article using the RotoViz similarity feature in the screener. I mean, the comps are terrible. He's almost certainly not going to make it. But the Jets have done the thing here that Frank always used to talk about, which is to give the guy a chance, build around him, make sure that it's not that you don't have enough weapons, right? And if he fails and your team is bad, because it's going to come down to the QB, then you're back in this position where you've got a good pick later and the next guy will come in and will have all of these weapons around him.
We got another trade.
Absolutely explode.
Yeah, the Jets would be in great position there. If Zach Wilson is their undoing and they do land a quarterback who can play well, we're seeing another trade here. Atlanta pulls off a trade to move up. Is this the quarterback trade up that I was alluding to at the top? That would be my guess. Like, I feel like Malik Willis is about to go off the board. What do you think?
And so your Seahawks are going to lose him?
I'm not even that mad about that because I want my dynasty bags to give. I think I'm with you on Sam Howell. I'm locked into Howell being the guy from this class. So if we can get Howell in Seattle, Seattle just needs to take Ritter and Howell. Just go back to back, take 2 QBs. YOLO. No, don't actually.
Frank is so happy hearing you say that.
Yeah.
Take them both. Take them both. Right.
Take them both. Why not? Figure it out.
I'm looking at Breece Hall here as he scores on every single touch. That's not exactly true, but he can do everything. I feel bad for Michael Carter because, again, you pull up the Advanced Stat Explorer, and Carter was even better than I would have thought possible, right? And I love these guys that are that size. I mean, he's like Gio Bernard early in his career when he was being asked to do both of those things. Plus, I mean, a better version of that. And now you have a guy it's a little bit like the second half of the season last year with Jonathan Taylor. He's going to be so good. I mean, you're going to say, okay, we're going to have this committee. It's going to work well for both guys, but you can't take that kind of player off the field. Very excited for the Jets. I think it will work out fantasy-wise as well. All the things that are happening here are a little bit tough for Elijah Moore. We did try and make some moves with him just because his value was so high. Now, we still believe in him. So Malik Willis, you think?
So the trade details are the 38 for the 43 and the 114. Thank you, Drew. And now we're saying never mind, not on the QB run. I was just going to say because they moved up from 2 picks behind Seattle's pair of picks to 2 picks in front of Seattle's pair of picks, gave up the 114th pick just to move up 5 slots. Felt like it had to be for a QB, but we're talking, they're saying a defensive end. Okay.
Build in the trenches, Ben.
Why are you giving up the 113th pick? Teams are just dumb. Why are you just giving up a third round pick? What is that? 114. Maybe that's a 4th round pick. I don't know.
Yeah, beginning of the 4th.
Early 4th. I don't understand why you would just give up an early 4th to move up 5 slots for a D end. I mean, obviously it's a guy you love, but we see general managers and teams time and again fall in love with players and then learn the same lesson that you don't know any better than anyone else. You have to be patient in the draft. This is a great lesson for Dynasty too. Like, I've made this mistake. I trade up for guys. I just did it with the quarterbacks in Superflex, convinced that the quarterbacks were all going to go in the first round. This was going to solve my quarterback problem in Superflex. The rest of that roster is good, but it's not going to have any QBs. So it's going to be struggling.
Well, the thing here too with this is that now I mean, you got to get out there and get Marcus Mariota. He was the person I really wanted early in the offseason because I thought that he was going to go somewhere and start. But once he went to the Falcons, it's like, I mean, they've got to put a different quarterback in place there and get the rebuild going. They're not doing that. And he has London and Pitts.
They do pick again at 58 and 20 picks. Do you think they're playing chicken like you were talking about last night and hoping that one of these?
Well, we heard today that the Giants, right, are going to pick Sam Howell in the 3rd round, and he's a developmental quarterback. Like, Sam Howell was ready after the 2020 season, so I don't think we need to put the developmental tag on him. But yeah, I mean, there are definitely scenarios where these guys continue to fall.
Yeah. So the Bears are up. Seahawks are on deck. I'm getting a little nervous about that. You were talking about you didn't seem to have a whole lot of conviction, but saying you thought it was going to work out for fantasy with Breece Hall as you were talking about him playing every down. Let's wrap that conversation up a little bit. How can it work out for fantasy? Because he's not going to be able to play every down.
You don't have to, right? I mean,
yeah,
Najee Harris has to because he doesn't run forward. He makes a lot of moves and stays in place. The guys who can make explosive plays, it's not going to be quite the Jonathan Taylor situation because Jonathan Taylor really is a kind of a once in a lifetime back. But Breece Hall is going to have a little bit of that same element where every touch is at least a medium value touch. He's going to be able to score from distance. He tested it extremely well. We know that he was able to make plays in that Iowa State offense. And now you're looking at a guy who can catch some passes as well. And an offense where even if the quarterback play is iffy, they've been able to generate running back points.
Yeah.
And so I like the fact that, and a lot of the running back points that we saw last year actually came when Zach Wilson wasn't the guy under center.
Mike White.
But
Mike White loved to throw to his running backs.
That the scheme has generally put up some big numbers. I mean, you're talking about Raheem Mostert like times 100.
So, and when you talk about Taylor, I'm thinking Taylor 2020 and Hines 2020. Hines had a big 2020 as Carter. A little bit of that. Hines actually ran a little bit more that season. And Bears are taking a cornerback. So Seattle's going to have 2 picks in a row here. 1 quarterback is off the board. They have not had to move up. They took their tackle in the top 10. I was not happy about that last night. Malik Willis is still there. I cannot wait for them to take 2 fringy day 3 edge rushers.
There's some special teams players who are very good available at this spot for you.
We might have a backup punter to Michael Dixon, their Pro Bowl punter, because there's that really good. Don't we have like an elite punter in this draft? I think he's from San Diego State or something, or Ariza or something.
I didn't scout the punter, so
you should have. You should have. That's bad work.
Then when we're looking at Hall, right? You mentioned 2020 Taylor, and that Hines was still a big part of that. What are your thoughts here for Dynasty, right? Because redraft is probably going to keep him in that 3rd round range as we see the inflation with the running backs as we get late into August, probably rise up into the end of round 2. But for Dynasty, he's been the 101. We had a couple of guys yesterday make moves to challenge him in London and Burks. Are you willing to wait to 2023 to get that massive Hall value? One of the things that I mentioned in writing him up yesterday was that I had moved him ahead of Christian McCaffrey pending the draft, just sort of have fun with it, at least for that 24-hour period. He could be in that spot because you're talking about a 21-year-old versus a 26-year-old and someone who is more talented than he's being given credit for. We now know the landing spot. Does he hold at the 101? Where do you have him there against McCaffrey, Swift, Najee Harris at the beginning of tier 2, say super flex, right? It's going to be the quarterbacks. It's going to be Taylor. It's going to be Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. You're looking at the top of tier 2. Are you willing to wait for 2023 for that?
On Hall, we're talking about?
On Hall.
Yeah, I don't think I like that price on Hall. I think I would be trying to wait till 2023, I guess. I mean, you're asking if I'm willing to pass on him this year in Dynasty and then try to acquire him after what I would expect to be a little bit of an underperformance and a price decrease.
Yeah, and or just the fact that there is going to be a delay. And almost the only justification to take running backs that high would, number one, be just if you believe the scarcity in your league justifies it. And number two, the immediate production. But if you were thinking immediate production from London and Burks, are they now the 101 and 102?
I think so. I mean, that's a tough question, but I think I want London and Burks over Hall. Yeah. It's not one that I feel confident in. I need to get my brain cells back. I'm still shaving off the alcohol from last night, but I feel pretty good about what happened with London and Burks last night. I do. So, and that's obviously something that we're going to talk a little bit about today as well. But Hall's landing spot is pretty rough. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any issue with that. Where are you at with it?
I think I still have him at the top because of the ability to play him for 2 or 3 years, trade him at peak value for an absolute monster return. I think that we were always looking at bad options here, right? Really, the Falcons or the Cardinals, I think, would have been the best case scenario. And it wasn't very likely that he would end up with those teams. And then even then, I mean, you're looking at other problems. You're looking at some delays until 2023. And so I think the Jets in many ways were one of the 2 or 3 most likely scenarios. I think he holds his value there.
Bullock says the Seahawks are 100% about to pick Kenneth Walker. That sounds exactly right. Sean, I love that you just set me up with the leading question, are Burks and London ahead of Hall, so that I could agree with you so that you could then dunk on me and say that Hall is actually the 101. I saw what you did there, and I'm not going to let anyone else miss what you just did there.
No, the listeners have to know that we're not.
I'm digging my heels in. The receivers are ahead of Hall. You're wrong.
You
now I'm more confident.
Burks, I mean, you've wanted Treylon Burks at the top the whole way, and you have to feel very good about last night. I know that the AJ Brown news was disheartening. I've made the case, and I think Connor has made the case that, I mean, the Eagles are now going to be what the Ravens were last year. We're going to see them put up a huge number of points. We're going to see Jalen Hurts take the next step and be the QB1. So you don't need to be worried about that. But also, Treylon Burks, I mean, it may be a run-first offense, but, I mean, you could have a rookie leading the NFL in market share of receiver touches.
Yeah, he's going to be in a really interesting spot. The ways that they used AJ Brown fit what he did. We talked a lot on the show about how he was very good at slants and in breaking routes. I saw some of the PFF guys talking about how AJ Brown was used a lot on the play action crossers, right? Like he did a lot of damage on those types of plays. That's stuff that Burks crushed at. So I don't believe that Burks is AJ Brown by any stretch of the imagination. I do think Tennessee, when you talk about the cost of trying to extend Brown, I still think they should have held on to Brown. But from a team perspective, I think there's some sense in what they did in moving on from Brown and then replacing the things that he did best and brought. Well, I think he brought a lot more than they even always got out of him. And so I am actually a little bit interested to see if Philly is able to tap into some things that I don't think Tennessee always did with Brown, everything that he's capable of. But the things that Tennessee was using him for and maximizing his skill set as a part of their offense for, Burks should be able to do a lot of those things. That's what his profile says he can do in the intermediate range, and then certainly he can win downfield a little bit. We talked about with his size, and that was a big part of what Brown brought. And then anything obviously around the line of scrimmage, which I think Tennessee should have done more of with Brown. That's part of the Burks thing that I'm concerned about, is I've always wanted them to do more quick hitters to Brown, more just let him use it. I mean, I always.
But how much of it is the injury element, right? And his inability to stay healthy? Because I almost think that they want to do that, but he couldn't handle that kind of beating. They think that Burks may be able to replace some of the other stuff, not quite at his level because he's AJ Brown, but maybe he can handle a bigger touch load without missing all that time. One of the things that was interesting today, not necessarily for fantasy, but just sort of reality football related, was AJ Brown trying to really get out in front of this and say, look, I wanted to be with the Titans and my salary demands were very reasonable. They were much less than Tyreek Hill. And then if AJ Brown does not have the injury problems, not only would he deserve every bit of what Tyreek Hill got, he would deserve more.
Yeah, I think so. I'm right there with you. Do we have any news on Seattle yet? I'm sitting here talking about other things, trying to
Keep
delay
your heart rate
this.
steady.
I've been waiting for the chat to break news on Seattle's picks here. It has not happened. Are they gonna run out their time and fall back behind themselves? I mean, what are they gonna manage to do here? They're gonna mess something up. Are they going to trade back when they have the quarterback right there with them? Like, how do you not already have this pick submitted? But yeah, no, let's talk about the Eagles, because the Brown Devonta Smith dynamic. I've been more skeptical of Smith than you. You've been pretty optimistic about Smith. Oh, this is interesting. Someone said they were high on Howell, but they also like Malik. What if they were expecting Willis to go and they were kind of ready to go with Howell, and now they have to reconsider? Take them both. Take them both. Double tap the quarterback. All right.
You're going to be able to trade the one you don't want for way more than what this pick is worth.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is have a good practice and send it out to the media constantly. These guys are both too good. I mean, we got to trade one of them because I mean, they both deserve to start. I mean, they can't sit on the bench. And you're like,
beautiful. I mean, I don't know if every team would fall for that, but I think there might be some that would. The Texans would probably trade them 3 firsts for whichever one they decide isn't as good as the other one. But AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, how do you see that dynamic playing out? And Hurts, obviously they've invested a ton in receivers now. I think the easy thing is going to be to say that they're going to throw more. I would expect them to throw more just by sheer regression. I do think their likelihood of being in the upper half of the league in pass attempts isn't extremely high. And so I'm not thrilled from that perspective, but it's never been high for the Titans either as it relates to AJ Brown. And so I don't necessarily see that as like a massive problem. And I thought the same sort of when Diggs went to the Bills, but then the Bills immediately went to this super pass heavy offense. And we don't want to get too caught trying to assume team volume, because for all we know, the Eagles are going to do exactly what the Bills have done after they got their receivers to a certain level. And they're going to now say, we're going to play our offense through A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. You're talking about Jalen Hurts being potentially the QB1. And I think his value obviously skyrockets. You also have a very strong tight end in Dallas Goedert. I think it hurts Goddard quite a bit. Goddard had a pretty outlier efficiency season this last year compared to his first few seasons. I think Brown and Smith fit together well. But I do think Brown is a significantly better receiver. And like I was kind of leading in, I think you're a little bit higher on Devonta Smith than I am. How do you see that relating? Because I mean, for me, it's immediately like, okay, AJ Brown's going to come in and be the clear star number one, and everyone else is going to revolve in his orbit.
Well, I still think that Smith is the best of that group of Alabama receivers, and the fact that Jalen Waddle played so well last year, even though basically it was just taking short passes over and over and over again within the context of the offense, that still matters. I mean, we still give him credit for that. He had a ton of receptions last year, but Devonta Smith played very well within the context of this offense that wasn't favorable for wide receivers. So for him to come out and immediately do that, I thought was very, very encouraging when the rest of the receivers, weren't able to do much at all. You mentioned Goddard. They're going to have these 3 guys now that are each individually difficult to deal with. You put them out there together, and I love this. But you're putting your head down. We have another interior offensive lineman.
No, it was the edge rusher that I was talking about. I mean, I believe he was. I don't think he's a day 3. It's D end. I haven't cited the D ends well, and I don't know how to say his name. Boye Mafe, maybe, from Minnesota. I believe I saw him mocked in the first in some cases, but I told you they'd take an edge rusher.
So
if they're probably going to take
value, getting value, and then you're going to get your quarterback. Don't need to worry. It's not going to be both Willis and Howell, though.
It's not. And I mean, is it because they can't decide on the QB, so they decided on their edge rusher? I mean,
the thing you need to do now is you need to trade down with the second pick and dare the teams to take all 4 guys ahead of you.
This is about to be a disaster. They're about to take multiple defensive players here and then start Drew Lock this year and think that they can fix Drew Lock. They were really high on Drew Lock a few years ago. Remember that?
Well, Drew Lock is the guy who the Broncos were willing to let fall in the draft and then take later. And that's kind of the downside scenario of these guys and teams saying, okay, maybe we'll just play chicken. We'll let them drop. We'll take the guy we like at the end. Drew Lock was not able to ever come through with that. Ben, tying up the Eagles point, I think they're going to throw very effectively.
This isn't a real. Are you kidding, Bullock? Somebody tell me he's kidding. He's saying it's Kenneth Walker at 41. Oh my god. It's actually Kenneth Walker to Seattle. Shawn, this was a great show. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been a lot of fun. I will see you guys next week.
Ben wants you to subscribe to the channel before he leaves.
Shawn, I told you I'd stay sober for this stream. We're 9 picks in, and I'm going to need a beer. They are confirming it. The Seahawks just took Kenneth Walker. We have been joking.
Is it?
This is insane. This is like you.
So you don't want to just go right into the idea of talking about what Kenneth Walker's effect on Rashad Penny is?
You can. You're welcome to. Oh my god. This is too much. They took the edge rusher and the running back that we said that they would as a joke. I don't know how much we want to swear on this RotoViz stream. That's the only reason I haven't sworn yet. Wow. They literally did the bit. They did what we were. Shawn, yes. What does this mean for Kenneth Walker at Dynasty ranks?
Well, I don't think it's good, right?
Oh my god!
One of the things here is that I have been wanting to put out Jamal Charles as sort of a big Jamal Charles as the insane upside scenario for Kenneth Walker. I think that's harder to do now because it's actually very hard to get behind a team that wants. I mean, it's one of these things that has the element of irony for contemporary NFL football is that if your team wants to run the ball, you don't want those running backs. Now, in part, we know it's because they have multiple guys here. I think that this gives us a sense that Chris Carson is done, which sadly is the way that it has been trending and really has been the case since the injury was announced. Hopefully that's not true, right? Hopefully he does come back. He works into the mix. You have sort of a three musketeers, the best running back group in all of football, Ben. But they're going to be taking handoffs from Geno Smith, and it's going to be tricky with that as the background to what happens here. Smith,
do you still think that Seattle won the trade to Denver? Let me get one win here.
Yeah, Ben, you were telling me that they were going to make that trade look like the worst decision ever, and they've successfully done that. I mean,
the only thing they had going for them was Russell Wilson. They do this with everything else they have, resource-wise. Oh God, that was all they had.
But Ben, look at these highlights here, right?
But I mean, Shawn, they took an air raid pass blocking left tackle. That guy could project into a future left tackle, run blocker left tackle, and now you can get all the running backs on the field together. Sorry,
But what if you have Jamal Charles, right? We got to get back on the enthusiastic side, the optimistic side. You think about the Chiefs a couple years ago passing on Jonathan Taylor. Are you telling me there's not a part of you that is excited? I mean, think back to the days of Barry Sanders and Jamal Charles and Priest Holmes, LaDainian Tomlinson, Marshall Faulk. You're telling me if Kenneth Walker is one of those guys that this is an exciting pick?
No. What does that do for them? Like, what does that even? Oh, sorry. I was in my head recounting. We have AJ Brown getting traded, Burks landing in Brown's old spot. We have Seattle's commitment. This has been a weird first 50 picks for me. I'm having a hard time processing this is not how I expected the draft to go. Feels like and attack. I'm not content about this. We were just talking about AJ Brown, what that's going to mean. I never got your take on that. Let's just move on from Seattle. Obviously, I'm not capable of talking about it. You were before I rudely interrupted you talking about Devontae being the best of the Alabama receivers. What do we think about AJ Brown and Devontae? How do you think that splits out? Give me some good news.
Yeah, I don't know that we need to be overly concerned about the specifics, right? I think you're going to get a good share for both of those guys. I think this offense is going to be very concentrated between the three guys. I don't think the running backs are going to be that involved in the passing game, which in a lot of cases on a lot of teams, the backs will siphon off.
Yes. Dubner chimes in. Seahawks are the rake of the NFL. Yes, that's exactly right. Anyway, continue.
And in this case, it's going to be those three guys. And you're going to see a situation where Hurts is able to move around, let the plays develop. And I think this is fantastic for him because one of the things that we've seen here is that either A, these quarterbacks are terrible, which I think is something you have to very much consider to be a strong possibility at this point. I think that Ritter and Corral were very much now in that range for them. I think that Howell is one of these guys who's falling because of the final year, which shouldn't be the case. But Hurts is able to do something that really works in the contemporary NFL, which is to run and to throw deep. And now he has a small receiver who can get deep. He has a big receiver who can get deep. He's got a more flexible and multifaceted tight end than most of the other even good tight ends. And so you're looking about a team that can score fast, but also can extend possessions because you get to third down and all he has to do is get on the edge and trot for the first down, right? So this team's going to go out there. They're going to score a lot of points and they're going to be in a situation in a very weak NFC East where they can take it. I think that some of the things we saw from the Cowboys last year, a little bit of a fluke. I don't necessarily buy into them. I think last year was the year they needed to do it. I think the Eagles are on the rise. But even just from a positioning perspective and seeding, when you look at having those two games against the Giants and the Commanders, that's going to be very positive for them. Now we know that the NFC North and the NFC South are also not particularly strong. And then you have the battle out there in the West that the Seattle Seahawks are going to win through Kenneth Walker. But the Eagles now in a very good position to be one of the more fun teams. And I'd like to think that what the Ravens did last year when they lost their backs and they had to let their offense evolve, how explosive that was is going to be something that the Eagles are seeing, right? And if Lamar Jackson doesn't get hurt, if the backups, who actually moved the ball extremely well, it was sort of a Lamar Jackson-ish version of Jameis Winston in terms of the backups going in there, moving the ball, but losing games, right? The Eagles are not going to want Hurts to make those mistakes and lose the games, but if he can attack deep, get out there on the edge, the Eagles are going to be good. They're going to score a lot more points, right? This is the second year jump for these guys that, you know, we're overconfident in what a team is going to look like. And there are a lot of apples and oranges elements between the Eagles and the Bengals, but the Bengals made that huge jump, even with Burrow not being right for a big chunk of it. I mean, Hurts is in a much better position than that because he doesn't have to spend the offseason injured and the beginning of the season injured. And so while he's not Joe Burrow's level, I mean, Joe Burrow after the first year, one of the reasons why we couldn't believe we were getting him, where we were getting him at drafts, I mean, his sim scores in the screener just shouted out Andrew Luck. So you're like, yeah, I need to have some exposure to that. Jalen Hurts isn't that, but these weapons now are absolutely perfect. And one of the things that we're seeing is this real split now between teams that have just so much firepower and the teams that don't. And when you have a lot of firepower and a mobile quarterback, there are so many different ways you can beat the opponent.
Yeah, we've talked about that into last year. I think that's incredibly intelligent from a team building perspective. I am a little bit concerned about when you talk about Hurts' ability to just scramble on third down and pick up the first down. It's like, yeah, absolutely buy into that. I buy into the offense being very good overall, but there will be an issue. I mean, I sort of mock the projection, how much people rely on season-long projections in fantasy a little bit, but I do think there is an element where you look at that type of thing and we got Wan'Dale Robinson to the Giants. Interesting. Wendell Robinson to the Giants. We'll talk about that in just a second. That's early for him. That's some real draft capital for a guy that we talked about on the show being someone we wanted to see where he would land. That's very interesting, especially as it relates to Kadarius Toney and the trade talks. That's definitely something we'll have to talk about. But I was just going to say, as far as projections, Hurts' mobility definitely will limit pass attempt volume to a certain degree. It does mean that the guys have to be very efficient. They can be. Obviously, A.J. Brown can be. Does a lot of it on his own after the catch. But I'm at least a little bit concerned about how big the pie can be in that offense, essentially. Even though I do expect them to pass more, how big it can get to.
So although it hurts Goddard, you think it also hurts Brown and Smith?
I think it hurts Goddard. And I think for Brown to be what I want him to be, which is the overall wide receiver one every single year, that he has to kind of bury Smith a little bit. And I think he can and probably will because he's A.J. Brown. So that's where I'm at.
Well, Ben, that brings us almost to the end of the first hour of our day 2 coverage. Tell the listeners, viewers, what have you, what they need to do to help us out here as we build our RotoViz YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're hoping that you guys would go and subscribe to the YouTube channel. When I was first coming on YouTube, I didn't subscribe to a lot of places, and then I started to, because you don't know what you're getting out of it. It costs you nothing. I never got any kind of notification. You can click the little bell to notify when RotoViz goes live if you want to, but if you just go to the RotoViz YouTube channel and click subscribe, you'll never get any kind of notifications or anyone bugging you. Trying to get those subscribers up. The goal was 1,000. That's a pretty lofty goal by me. Got up over 700. We've added almost 100 in the last day or so. But the YouTube channel is relatively new this year, so go click subscribe.
And then if the Seahawks continue to draft running backs, maybe the steam coming out of your, maybe we'll get those last 300 in the next 24 hours as folks come on to see kind of the deterioration of Ben Gretch.
I don't know what else can go wrong, but believe me, it will find a way to. As we get through today, we're also talking, Shawn, about coming back tomorrow as well to try to just keep this sort of a marathon to try to get that subscriber number up is really the goal. So help us out with that. Wendell Robinson to the Giants. I feel like that is a pretty quick indication that they are out on Kadarius Toney because that's a really similar skill set, right?
You would think so. And the only question that I have with Robinson is that, he's a little guy. And while we talk about you want to go after talent and let the skills manifest however they manifest, and there are a lot of different ways that receivers can win. That's one of the things I think is so cool about the setup that the Eagles have now is they have 3 very different guys. We are looking at Robinson as being smaller than almost everybody he brings up as a comp in the box score scout. You're looking at the enthusiastic names and you're thinking, well, he's kind of right in there, but those guys are bigger. So, we're looking here at guys like Paul Richardson, D.D. Westbrook, Stephon Diggs, again, a guy who a lot of similarities, but is bigger. Tylan Wallace, somebody that now has some possibilities with the trade that they made yesterday, and then Elijah Moore even. So again, these guys are a little bit bigger, but Robinson had an absolutely fantastic season last year. He's one of the guys that we were looking at as a sleeper. He's one of the guys who checks the most boxes in the random forest exercise that Blair did recently. And so when we're looking at the top players, we mentioned yesterday on the sort of frantic stream, and if anybody missed that, Treylon Burks, 9 boxes, Drake London, 8. Those guys are checking boxes that when you go back and look historically, the other players who are doing that, you're talking about Jordy Nelson, Des Bryant, Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson, Amari Cooper, AJ Green, some of the very best receivers in the NFL, which is one of the reasons we've been a little bit more optimistic maybe than the community, but understanding, again, this isn't everything. You also want to understand the potential demerits, but we were enthusiastic. Then you get down into the range with Skyy Moore, also with 8. So he's someone that we're still very closely tracking here. But then the next group, and it's a very clear break to the group after that. But the next group is Jalen Tolbert, David Bell, and Wan'Dale Robinson. Tolbert, obviously a small school guy. David Bell, someone who just cratered throughout the draft process because the athletic testing was so bad. And yet, obviously, we're hoping that he goes today too. If he goes on day 2 in the first 3 rounds, I'm very optimistic for him. But Robinson, to be a guy who checks all of these boxes, and just to give a sense here, but he's an early declare, 42% market share receptions last year, over 112 all-purpose yards per game, more than 6 career receptions per game. He has that career market share yards of just south of 35%. I mean, these are huge, huge numbers. If he were a little bit bigger, I mean, we'd be talking about him as a superior prospect to the Ohio State guys who went yesterday.
So there's some question here about what the Seattle landing spot means for Kenneth Walker in Dynasty. There's an obvious question here about what this means for Wan'Dale Robinson, but we do still want to probably, I don't think we're going to be able to update our Dynasty first round every one of these surprising picks. I think the Wan'Dale thing is very interesting, but let's say we'll do that here in a little ways into the second round, maybe coming up in the next half hour or hour. We will talk through where all of these guys fall for us, and we'll think through that a little bit. Certainly interesting for Kenneth Walker, interesting for Wan'Dale Robinson. I want to see where Skyy Moore goes before we start talking about where it all fits. I want to see where these quarterbacks go before we start saying how far they are going to fall. So we'll get a little bit more. George Pickens, another one that is being mentioned here in the chat. We want to see where he ends up, and then we can talk through sort of what we think. Certainly that'll be something that we get to today for sure. Very surprising first 11 picks. We have not seen a single quarterback. I keep saying that, we thought they would come. Shawn, I know, you're one of the people that convinced me on that the most. One of the things that we talked about on the show was we thought all of the quarterbacks might go by about pick 45. One has gone, and we are 2 picks away from that number. The NFL does not like this quarterback class. I think that's very clear. I still think it's a pretty big mistake for a lot of these teams, especially the Seattle Seahawks, who had 2 picks and decided to take a running back instead of taking a swing at quarterback and seeing. Pete Carroll's like 70, Shawn. Does he actually think he's going to win? You should be taking the swing on the quarterback because you're going to need to win quick. How long are you going to be? Now Metchie has gone. I'm at a loss, Shawn. But you presumably need to win quick. Does he really think that
if
Kenneth
he actually
Walker
has gone? Then this is fantastic because it's pushing down good players to the Chiefs. Keep going with where you're going there.
Yes. So John Metchie goes to the Texans. Let's talk about that.
That'll fix their problem with just having Brandon Cooks, right?
Oh god.
So Nico Collins rising.
Why? Yeah. So Metchie, not one of your favorites. Houston actually, I don't know. They've done things pretty poorly for a long time. They have Nick Caserio in there now. They have a lot of needs. Taking a receiver here makes some sense. Seems like a pretty big miss when you have George Pickens and you have Skyy Moore on the board as guys that could potentially be long-term number 1 wide receivers for you. We don't see Metchie as being that kind of guy.
No, I don't think so. You talk about the different boxes here, and he basically doesn't check any. Also, some injury things down the stretch for him. But all of this will be a little bit different if all of those Alabama receivers that he had to spend some time playing behind went out and had Justin Jefferson type rookie seasons. But that's not really the case, right? And he's had a lot of different opportunities to blow up and show the numbers. Jamison Williams obviously does that and ends up in the top 15. You're talking about drafting a guy probably for the floor. And there is value to having 4 or 5 good wide receivers on your roster. But I don't think that you can take a floor player in the second round of the NFL draft. You definitely can't do it when you're trying to rebuild your team and you have so many needs.
So Metchie's not a guy that we're going to be vaulting into the first round. As we see some of these other guys slip, it's going to be interesting to talk about guys like Dotson as well. We preach that landing spot doesn't matter that much. This has been a really interesting draft. And we talked on the show about how landing spot might start to matter more. If you're in that boat that we are in, where it really doesn't matter that much, you have to acknowledge that with that gap widening that we are always talking about, the haves and the have-nots of the different offenses in the NFL, that it is going to be important for your player to be on a have offense, a team that actually understands modern NFL and knows how to try to go out and win games in the current NFL, because if they're on the Seahawks, you're pretty much screwed. That would be the best example I could give of the have-nots. So landing spot is starting to matter a little bit more. We were concerned about Dotson last night. I would say Metchie, already being a prospect that we don't necessarily like, now landing here with Houston. I mean, there's going to be a lot of available targets in this and that. But you're right. He's going to push down players that we do like. I actually kind of love this because I'm not sure I would have loved one of our favorite prospects, like a Skyy more that we really like landing in Houston.
Is there a situation here where I wouldn't move Metchie because of the draft slot? It's not high enough to say, okay, you're going to be able to draft him and flip him. They don't have the great quarterback situation yet. Do you move him up at all because the available opportunity would seem to be pretty significant?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to move him up some from, in Superflex, what was he, a late second, I think, in my league? I think he went actually into the third in my Superflex, and then in my single QB, he went in the second. So certainly, I think he's comfortably in the second somewhere at this point. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we were just talking. Oh, sorry. The question here that I wanted to address was, who do we like more, Metchie or Wan'Dale? For me, it's Wan'Dale by a mile. He has a much better profile, and I also trust the Giants a little bit more because we have Brian Daboll as potentially moving the Giants into that halves bucket, right? Into that bucket that is actually doing the things that we want from an offense. And so there's reason to be optimistic and hopeful. I wouldn't even have these guys particularly close, Metchie and Wan'Dale. I'm looking at Wan'Dale as like, this is a big bump. This is the capital we wanted to see. This is an offense that could be exciting. You talked about the not having the quarterback situation figured out in Houston. They don't really necessarily have it figured out with the Giants. I'm more hopeful that the Giants could then get that figured out and be a productive offense in 2023 than I am that Houston's going to get there in 2023.
Yeah, when you put Metchie into the box score scout, you enter that draft pick slot, and you see the sim scores are not very close. And so one of the things that's telling you is that players with his background, with his profile, are not normally selected in this area of the draft. That's already a little bit of an insight that this is a reach. But then some of the names you do get, Deontay Johnson, if he turned out to be Deontay Johnson, we'd be pretty excited. So, there are some upside possibilities. But then you get Van Jefferson, Lavelle Hawkins, Ace Sanders, Riley Ridley, Demarcus Robinson. Obviously, the Chiefs always hoping that Robinson could be the thing for them. Those are not names that you're going to move into, certainly not into the late first round. I don't know that Metchie, when it's all said and done, is even a second round rookie pick in Superflex.
Okay. Couple good. Well, first of all, we have the Ravens going defensive end here. I think that's interesting as it relates to Rashad Bateman. Obviously, they just traded away Marquise Brown, and they used that pick the other day on, I believe it was for Kyle Hamilton, the safety. They had a couple first rounds, or was it was later for Tyler Linderbaum, the center that they took. Regardless, they did not take a receiver to replace him. And now here in the second round, there's some interesting names available, and they once again make a decision to go elsewhere. They seem to be pretty committed to Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews as sort of their future core. Obviously, Sammy Watkins is now gone. He's in Green Bay. And you talked about Tylan Wallace as a prospect that we really liked last year as a deeper guy. He might have that space now. Miles Boykin has been cut. The Ravens are seeming to indicate they're comfortable with where they're at. Another question was, are we starting to approach Mims and Butler zone for George Pickens, Denzel Mims, Hakeem Butler? Guys that this is anchoring to pre-draft eval. Those are guys that fell. I would also bring up DK Metcalf, was a guy that was talked about a lot in the first round, fell all the way to the late second, if I'm not mistaken. When it's a guy like Pickens, one of the things that you've talked a lot about is when you have dudes that fall. I don't know if necessarily if this is specifically what you've talked about, or if I've heard this elsewhere, but that a lot of times the guys that do hit are ones that have some red flags. And we heard some red flags about Pickens in the draft process. I'm almost not concerned about Pickens because I think for me, it's fairly easy to chalk it up to probably the teams were a little bit frustrated about some of the red flaggy type stuff. But we've actually seen that then pay off for the team that winds up being willing to take them. You can go all the way back to Randy Moss. Like one of the biggest reasons he fell all the way to the 20s was teams just thought he was not the right personality. He got kicked out of 2 schools in college. He was at Notre Dame and Florida State before he wound up at Marshall. Obviously, there's things with like Tyreek Hill, and there's been a lot of players. And I believe that was part of the issue with Metcalf. I'm not entirely certain, but I think there was some talk of him sort of just not testing well or not doing well in interviews with the teams. That's what we started to hear about Pickens. I'm not that concerned, I guess, if that's going to make him fall into the late second, because we've seen that actually wind up be a steal for the team that takes him and that player go on to be good in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the second round yet for exactly those reasons. You also have the injury. He came back, but how healthy is he? When will he be fully 100%? We have all the great news with Jameson Williams. That doesn't mean that all injured players are going to come back seamlessly and be able to do what teams need right away. So we're looking at that portion of it as well. We know some of the teams that we're looking at him too are going to be looking at him late in the second round. If they pass on him and he moves into the third, I think that's where we start to worry. That's kind of the room for him, whereas the first sort of 45 picks were the worry area for the quarterbacks, and obviously we're through that now.
Yeah, I'm shocked. We have not seen a quarterback. I'm also somewhat shocked we have not seen Skyy Moore's name called. There was a lot of talk that teams really liked him and that he was a first-round grade for a lot of teams. And we've now seen 3 receivers go here in the second after the 6th yesterday. We're 9 receivers deep. Wan'Dale Robinson is gone. John Metchie is gone. Those are not the guys that we expected to go 8 and 9 at the receiver position. It's very interesting that Skyy Moore is still sitting there. I'd like to see his name be called very soon as well, sort of similar to that Pickens thing. This isn't crazy for Skyy Moore, right? Because there was some talk. I mean, I think at Grinding the Mocks, his average mock range was pick 50, and we're at pick 47. If I'm not mistaken, that's my memory talking there. But I think we're like right to where his like average pick range actually was, even though some people had him as a potential fringe first rounder. But I do want to see him go soon. He's another one that we don't want to see continue to fall. Chiefs here in 3 picks apparently liked Skyy Moore. Shawn, is that a pick you'd like for the Chiefs?
Yeah, I was joking with Pat and Pete yesterday about his highlights and about him not necessarily having the high first round upside. You get into this range and you're pretty excited about him. Again, not really something where I'd be worried. A couple of the guys the Chiefs have been connected to look like probably at least one will fall to them. I think we get a little bit more information if they pass on both of them again. But just in terms of, Metchie, who we just looked up, and his comps, the first name that popped there was Deontay Johnson, who's a small school receiver and was picked 66th, right? It's not something where I think falling into this range, especially for a small school prospect, means that teams don't like him. And one of the things that we have here, when you hear the pre-draft rumors and players are connected into the late first round and that type of thing, there are going to be some teams that like them there. And then if a different player at another position that they need, they have even higher on their board, falls to them as well, then they can take that person there. They don't pick again instantly, and they don't have enough ammunition to constantly be trading up. And so if those players go through a couple of those teams, then they can fall for a while. It doesn't mean that the pre-draft rhetoric was necessarily wrong or that the teams don't like them. But each team, when they're on the board, they can only pick one person. Sometimes when you're more familiar with a certain guy than another, and obviously we're more familiar with the offensive guys, when those guys don't meet our top expectations, then we think that it's really bad news for them, when in fact it's just that there are more players than just that handful that are being looked at here. I mean, we're still in the 40s, right?
Yeah.
So guys who go in these next 30, 40 picks, if they go in the right team, and if they have the profile in the first place. One of the things we talk about all the time is that the early breakout guys overperform their draft slot by a huge amount. The guys who are early declares overperform by a huge amount. So when you're looking at that draft slot, you're still going to be adjusting up and down. Some of the guys with the great profiles who go here, it's actually very good for you in fantasy because you get them less expensively, and the knock or the hit that they take because they didn't go in the first 20 picks, it actually isn't going to influence. I mean, it's not going to influence their NFL career, how good they are is, right? And so that portion of it can be very good for you as you're trying to put together your strategy for next week.
Absolutely. A lot of people in the chat talking about the Bears coming up here. Washington took a defensive end. Bears are now on the clock. They are one of those teams, as you were talking about, sort of just other teams maybe having guys they like or this or that. Bears are a team that does not have a lot of offensive skill talent necessarily. I mean, whatever. Depends on your opinion of David Montgomery. We like Cole Kmet and obviously Darnell Mooney. But like, even if you like all those guys a lot, I think you can still admit that they're pretty thin. They did not have a first-round pick. They took Kyler Gordon, the cornerback from my Washington Huskies, in the early part of this second round. He was a guy who was mocked in the first round quite frequently. It very well could have been a scenario where they just felt that it was great to have him there available for them. But now they're on the clock again. And like you were saying, maybe it's one of those teams that thought, okay, there's a couple receivers we like. One of them will make it to us. I'd like to see them take a receiver. I'd like to see Justin Fields get another weapon here. I mean, I don't know if I'm like doing backflips about that landing spot for the receiver necessarily, as much as I have faith in Fields. I don't know that I have a lot of faith in the Chicago Bears, but this could be one of those examples of a team that maybe actually liked some of these receivers, was patient, stayed put, and ends up taking one that they actually like quite a bit and are willing to use. And this is still pretty strong draft capital on all of those types of things.
And would this be moving ahead of the Chiefs in just a couple of picks to get their guy here?
They are on the clock. The Chiefs are 2 picks behind them from what I'm looking at, I believe. So they already are ahead of the Chiefs. It goes Bears, Saints, Chiefs. This could be certainly a wide receiver range. The Saints could dip back into that well as well.
So who do you prefer for them? Pickens, Moore?
I think I like Moore for them. I mean, Pickens
maybe you're
makes
going to go more vertical for the big
right.
arm there for Fields.
It fits, but like I think Mooney was already a pretty good fit with that. I like Kmet underneath. I don't know. I think Moore could bring a really interesting element as a guy who can just rack up targets underneath, be a sort of a safety valve. We know that Fields has had one of his biggest issues is the propensity to hold onto the ball and sort of, some people describe it as processing slow or taking too long to, read the field or develop the play. A guy who can just win on his routes constantly and rack up these really high targets per out runs and showed that. I mean, he showed that against weaker competition, but it seems like that's a skill of Skyy Moore. Somebody who can dependably be open when he's facing a defensive look that he doesn't like. He can go to Skyy Moore. You already have that vertical element with Mooney to a degree. I think Moore would bring more, but I'm fine with give him Pickens too and have 2 vertical elements, right? Like that's great. That'll be fine for him as well.
Do you think there's a possibility of Alec Pierce here?
Sean, it's been enough. We don't need Justin Fields to get dunked on too. Come on. Like this draft's not going my way. Let's only focus on the players that I want. I'll just rather be hit by a bus by that. Like if it's Alec Pierce, what's the deal with Alec Pierce? No production, big time athleticism.
That is the case. We have some other interesting players in Jalen Tolbert. You are still dreaming of a scenario where a team takes a really early shot on Justin Ross.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that here. That'd be fun. I mean, I would do backflips actually. If they're sold on his medicals and they're taking him in the middle of the second round, Justin Ross might have the highest ceiling of any receiver left. They took a safety. The chat is not happy. Look, I mean, anytime you can get another safety on your roster, I hate these teams, Sean. I hate them.
I don't know exactly how he's going to get open if he's being quadruple teamed, but Cole Kmet's ADP is in a very exploitable range. Would you agree?
I think Cole Kmet has to be what I just described wanting Skyy Moore to be, that guy that's always open because that's their only chance at this point. I'm with you. Yeah, Cole Kmet is definitely a tight end to target at this point. So we move on to the Saints. We have the Chiefs behind them. We still have a lot.
And then before we move on to from the Bears, though, this is a little bit of a surprise because you do have a young quarterback that you want to build around. unlike some of the other scenarios we've talked about, there are some big doubters of Justin Fields, but he's someone who has the upside that you're not really looking to destroy him or destroy the team to pick one of the quarterbacks next year. Now, you may destroy the team to get some high picks, then you trade those picks, you rebuild your team, all that kind of thing, but it's not a thing where they're looking to tank for a quarterback. And they're also not a team where it's very likely that these 3 or 4 big name free agents who are left are going to be signed by them, because that's not the direction they're going. So a lot of these teams that are passing on the receiver, you're like, okay, well, Jarvis Landry, Will Fuller, Julio Jones, they've got some options. The Bears look like they're just going to take someone later.
You think they're going to, you think they're going to take a receiver later? A worse one?
Yes, I think they're going to take a worse receiver later.
Nothing is going right, Sean. Look, if the Chiefs take Skyy Moore, I'll be happy. I just want him to be on a good team.
Yeah, I mean, everything will change in an instant. We're fine. Skyy Moore, George Pickens heading right where we wanted them yesterday.
Yeah. We got a lot we can still talk about from day one that I wanted to get to. I made some notes, obviously huge stuff. Oh, I want to talk to you about.
But before we go to day one,
okay.
Wan'Dale. Is he now a first-round pick? This is an interesting one. When we were doing our different rookie guide mocks, and you put out the first guide, and you feel really good about it, and then you get the testing back, and you get different things. You have to move the players around. You go back and look at the old mocks, the old rankings. And you're like, well, we probably missed on that one. Curtis had Wan'Dale, and Travis had Wan'Dale very high in the early stuff, and we kind of have come full circle here to where, I think that he looks like a borderline first-round pick.
Yeah, I love that. I was saying I'd have him quite a bit ahead of Metchie. I was thinking Metchie in the sort of late second. You're saying maybe not even in the second. I was thinking Wan'Dale 1-2, and I was saying that as well. So right at that turn somewhere, I think he fits in there nicely. Really good value for those who took him in pre-draft rookie drafts, because his value, his stock in rookie draft should definitely rise. The chat's speculating a little bit on where the quarterbacks might fall. We're on the Saints here. That's certainly one that could be an option. Dubner shares Galaxy Brain. Pittsburgh could take Malik, get the QB1 and the QB2 in the draft. I believe he also tweeted earlier today. And I'm guessing Dubner's an Eagle fan because he came on the stream last night rocking an Eagles jersey. I believe he tweeted earlier today that the Eagles took Jalen Hurts. Somebody tweeted it. I'm giving Dubner the credit. Took Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz installed as their starter. And even way back when they had McNabb, they took Kevin Kolb in the second round. And Howie Roseman was still an executive on the team way back then, which was not something I knew. Or had pieced together. I think they would be a really I know everyone wants to love Jalen Hurts, but they've had their concerns. That would be a really interesting move if Philly went out and got one of these quarterbacks. They are up in 2 more picks. So we have Philly and Pittsburgh coming up, not likely quarterback landing spots, but as we continue to think through where the quarterbacks might go, those are maybes. The Colts behind them as well is another one that is a maybe.
The Colts are a team that I have thought would target one of these QBs if they fall. A lot of the teams, I don't think it necessarily makes that much sense because we're still kind of in this range. If you don't have a QB and you take 2, then you get the one you need and you can play it to trade the other one. If you have a QB, I think this is still early to trade somebody to cause some problems on your roster. Now, sometimes it doesn't necessarily cause problems in a bad way. The fact that they had Hurts to fill in when Wentz sort of imploded, that's good for them. But we have seen plenty of situations where it causes problems with the starting quarterback. The team likes the guy that they draft and thinks they're going to be able to trade him for more later. But really what you end up doing is create a situation where you have an inexperienced backup. You've got a problem with the team and you end up having to move the quarterback for a lot less later. So I guess I would still prefer the teams that, there are teams that need quarterbacks here. I would like to see the guys go in that situation, but we certainly can't rule out what you just described.
The Saints take a cornerback. Yet another team that probably could have taken a quarterback and did not. They took a cornerback. We are now into the 50s. And I mean, at least one of these quarterbacks is not going in round 2 at this point, unless they just all go off in these next 15 picks before the end of round 2. I'm still just shocked by that, but that's where we're at on the quarterback class. It is not panning out in the way that I don't know, we expected.
How about, I'm just looking at the guys on the board right now, and what are the chances that Carson Strong is the next quarterback?
We might get to that point. We might get to that point where the expected QB 6 winds up being the next QB that someone loves. I mean, who's even going to take a QB? Coming up, we have, now that the Saints have gone, the Chiefs, probably not. The Eagles, I just talked about how they could be a dark horse. Shout out Michael Dubner. It was indeed him. He mentioned in the chat. Pittsburgh Steelers would be taking quarterbacks in both the first and the second round if they did that. So probably not. Colts make sense. Obviously, they went and got Matt Ryan, but they could develop one behind him. Packers have Mac Jones installed. Patriots have Mac Jones installed. Arizona Cardinals behind them. Kyler Murray. We've talked about trading him, but I don't think they're going to probably take a quarterback there. Cowboys behind that. Bills behind that. Those teams have quarterbacks. And then the Falcons come up again at 58. They might be looking at Malik Willis again at 58. Behind them, you have the Vikings. You have the Bucks, who might take one and let him play under Tom Brady. But yeah, not a lot of teams the rest of this round. Even after that, 49ers, Chiefs, Bengals. Obviously, none of them I would expect to take a quarterback. Obviously, the Niners gave up a ton to get Lance, and then you have Mahomes and Burrow, and then you have the Broncos to close out the round. Already have Russell Wilson. Unless a team is trading into this round, there are not a lot of landing spots the rest of the second round that make a lot of sense for the quarterbacks. Vikings, dark horse, somebody says in the chat. That I think that would make some sense, certainly. Kirk Cousins, though, was extended this offseason, much to the chagrin of anyone who cares about the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, this is a little bit shocking there. It's a little bit shocking that we have not seen Skyy Moore and George Pickens yet. We got our 2 running backs that we expected. It was not at all shocking that the Seahawks took one of them.
Ben, I want to float a conspiracy theory for you while we have a moment here. What is the possibility of some very soft collusion? These teams that needed these quarterbacks get together and say, look, everybody has been bashing them. If we let them all fall into the third round, then we can still get them, but we also get an extra second round pick. Let's let them fall.
I agree. That's definitely what happened. I'm 100% on board. I mean, that sounds.
Ben, how's our rookies and sophomores team with the rookie quarterbacks doing? Is it about to win the underdog tournament?
That was a great strategy that we employed.
You can get a 100% sign up match for $100, and you can beat us in the underdog tournament, regardless of what we do. We're gonna take some more rookie quarterbacks, right?
Look, I'm now looking into round 3. Seattle is there at pick 72 in round 3. Isaiah Spiller, you think, for Seattle early in round 3? Or
you need to mix and match your running back profiles.
Yeah.
So I think he's got a good fit for what they need. Once you have Rashad Penny and Kenneth Walker, the third guy really should be Spiller. It rounds out what they have physically.
Patriots just traded up. The chat is telling us for the Chiefs pick.
So the Chiefs were desperate to get Pickens and more there.
Yeah. Chiefs trading back apparently don't care about these receivers that we care about. So that's fun. Do you want to talk about day 1 now? Because I'm sick of seeing the picks come in.
Yes, hit me with day 1, Ben. What are your thoughts?
We talked about AJ Brown and Devonta. I saw a lot of chatter today about. We talked a little bit about the Jets as well. I saw a lot of chatter today about Marquise Brown seriously impacting and very negatively impacting Rondale Moore. I don't think it's good for Rondale Moore at all, but I thought that was interesting. I mean, I guess it's not good for Rondale Moore's upside case of getting a lot of vertical targets if Brown is, a vertical element they're adding, but I just don't really see how they overlap that much. And then Jameson Williams, there was a lot of talk about what that means for Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I also thought that was very interesting. Either of those interesting to you to talk about right now?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is just we're going to always give a little bit different analysis until the point that he completely craters for Rondale Moore, because we're very high on him, and it's not necessarily going to change until it has to change. And so obviously number one, it has changed already, because we saw a rookie year where he wasn't as good as we expected him to be. But then the coach comes out and says, look, I didn't use him the way that I should. He's got this role within the offense now. That role still seems to be there for me, right? Marquise Brown is a perfect fit for this offense. He's going to be someone who gets open deep. Murray's going to hit him down the field. They're going to have some fast scores, but Hopkins probably no longer one of the top 5 wide receivers in the NFL. He might still be in the top 10. You have those guys drawing a lot of the defense. If Moore is the player that we think that he is, he's going to absolutely clean up in the underneath and the intermediate over the middle of the field. That's not necessarily an area that Murray thrives in throwing right now, but you got a little bit of overlap, but at the same time, that can be overstated. If we think that Moore's snap count is going to be up, his routes are going to be up, they're going to use these guys in a way that is complementary. So it's more a matter of, does he still stay behind Antoine Wesley, or is he a starting player? Because if that's the case, I think that Brown has already demonstrated that he can be a very unique and potent NFL weapon, but he also has some weaknesses to where he's not a superstar. This may be not completely justified by his rookie season, but you look at the athleticism for Rondale, you look at the collegiate background, you look at a handful of the plays last year as a rookie, I would say that his upside to dominate the defense and to be a star is still better than Brown's.
I love that. And I want to come back to it because we got a really interesting one, a guy that I know you like. I believe you talked a little bit with Scott Barrett about this guy because you're telling me that Barrett really loves him. The Patriots went with Tyquan Thornton, who is extremely fast, the fastest dude at the combine this year. I believe his unofficial time was sub 4.2. It was like, oh, hey, he just broke the record. Then they adjusted it to the official, which was a little bit slower than John Ross's record, but like we're talking a little bit slower. This guy is incredibly fast. Patriots traded up to get him before George Pickens, before Skyy Moore, and he has an intriguing profile, right?
He does. He's a player here where he's got that speed, and the Patriots needed speed, right? They went out last year and kind of they set the blueprint for the Jacksonville Jaguars to add a bunch of number 3, number 4 type receivers and have them try and carry your quarterback. So that element of it, probably not exactly what you're wanting to see. When you put his draft slot into the box score scout, you do get a very close comp with Philip Dorsett. Now the difference is in height, right? But a fast guy who had a good final season, that's not necessarily what you're looking for. Jacoby Ford, Titus Young, Dante Pettis. Those are not names that jump out at you and excite you, but you look at his final season here and he gets up to the 948 yards. He gets the 10 touchdowns. He has a 37% dominator rating. And, that's a good mix between yards and touchdowns. This is the kind of prospect that we talk about all the time who is overdrafted and then underperforms that draft slot, with the one sort of asterisk where these freak score superstars are the players who occasionally you want to take a shot at. We talk about how if you're going to take a shot at a guy who has a profile that tells you they're going to massively underperform, at least make it somebody who is interesting in some way, right? So that would be probably the difference between Thornton and Metchie. But the other problem that I would see here is just that the Patriots are going to be a very kind of garbled wide receiver depth chart. It's something else where it appears that the Patriots are looking for very specific roles as opposed to putting players out there who could emerge as well above average players. But when I'm looking at Thornton, Parker, I mean, Kendrick Bourne, we know he's awesome.
Yeah, that's why you're so down on this. I was going to say, you sound a little bit muted because you think he can't rise above Kendrick Bourne, right?
Myers, Aguilar. I guess I don't think that the Patriots have solved their problems with Parker and Thornton, but it does make their team a lot more interesting, especially when they have the decent tight ends. Mac Jones, somebody who, again, we're talking about either super flex or best ball. How are you going to get some of these quarterbacks who could outperform and get them inexpensively? I think I like it for Jones, but I don't see how it works for any of the individual wide receivers.
Yeah, I like that take. Other than the part where you said they're not letting anyone go be superstars because they realize they already have their elite target earning wide receiver one in Jacoby Myers, who they are doing a really good job of building around, and they now have all these role players around it. I think you solved the case. They realize you need receiver depth. You need to be able to be capable of running a lot of different types of formations and attack at different depths of the defense. And when you have a guy like Jacoby Myers that anchors your entire wide receiver room, then you can build with various types around him. And so, I mean, probably the best receiving core in the league. They also got Kendrick Bourne, and now they have a guy who runs a 4.2. I mean, how can Mac Jones fail?
He looked good, and I think the Patriots are going to continue to be good. I think that their decline is overstated, even though we do see them continue to do things that are a little bit eyebrow-raising at times. You mentioned Scott's appearance on RotoViz Overtime. For anybody who is interested to hear a little bit more about Thornton and some of these other guys, make sure you check that out. We really enjoyed that episode. It will still be very evergreen when you're doing your research on these guys post-draft as well. Then I think this is an interesting pick. What are the chances that the Chiefs are thinking to themselves, no way the Patriots go up there for Thornton. We're going to move back. We're going to select him later. And now immediately they're thinking, well, that didn't work.
I immediately regret this decision. They only moved back 4 picks. It probably wasn't Thornton specifically that they were, well, maybe that's who they were moving back to try to target. But
then
I think
what's your biggest regret?
I feel
in a dynasty league where you move back a spot, knowing there was no chance your guy was going to be picked, and then like you've never won a game in that league again.
Well, I'm not good at Dynasty, so I just take the guy that I want. I don't trade back 4 picks. I would never risk that. I overdraft the guy that I want. Chiefs moved back 4 spots and are now in position to potentially get a different receiver or something else. I don't know what else they got in that package, but you mentioned Thornton. And then I was going to say, as you said, what are the odds that the Chiefs moved back and that was their guy? Oh, the Steelers just took George Pickens. So now we have Pickens off the board. That's interesting. But that you basically just described Mecole Hardman. The Chiefs would have been taking Mecole Hardman again if they were going to take Tyquan Thornton. Maybe they learned their lesson. Is that sort of what you're viewing?
No. And he's got the ability, I think, to make plays down the field. And one of the things with Hardman was that he was basically a special teams player when the Chiefs drafted him. And so again, I mean, you're talking about this hubris of thinking we've made these things work before, we're going to make them work again. We took Tyreek Hill, and I mean, obviously that's in large part because of some very dark off the field stuff, but he's there late. He's super fast. You can make anything work with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Hardman's had some wild plays, but they basically took someone who needed to be completely built from the ground up as an NFL wide receiver with Hardman. I think that Thornton can beat people deep, and you desperately need that. And well, you've always needed it, but it's certainly a big part of what teams are looking for right now in the NFL.
All right, let's talk about the Steelers, because one of the other things from day one that I wanted to get to was Kenny Pickett, because we're sitting here talking about all the quarterbacks we liked a little bit more than Pickett. But Pickett is gone, and he went in the first round. He's the only quarterback that the team actually cared about. I mean, is he the guy now in Pittsburgh? Obviously, they brought in Mitch Trubisky. I was thinking, Trubisky had the 2 offers. They were supposedly similar offers. He went to Pittsburgh because he thought there's a better chance that he could start. He might be regretting that and wishing that he had followed Dable to the Giants, because now I almost feel like he would probably have a better chance of moving into the starting role there over Daniel Jones at a certain point, as opposed to now competing with, a quarterback that the team just took in the first round. So Pickett's going to come in. People are talking about it being pro ready. I mean, it's certainly an open question what that even means. And now he has George Pickens to add to Chase Claypool and Deontay Johnson. James Washington is no longer there. Juju Smith-Schuster is no longer there. He also has Pat Freiermuth, who we love. That's a pretty good set of receivers, though. Deontay Johnson obviously can draw a ton of volume. Claypool adds a big element to the, athleticism to the wide receiver room, a downfield element. How does Pickens fit in there?
Yeah, I don't think this is the best spot for him, because there's going to be at least a little bit of an overlap with what they're looking for from Chase Claypool. And so that part of it, I think maybe more so than what we were talking about with the Cardinals, is a little bit disconcerting. And you're immediately going in and looking at being the number 3 guy. Now, maybe this raises a little bit of question about Chase Claypool. He's somebody that I did try and diversify away from this offseason, even though I think Deontay Johnson is somebody you wanted to be diversifying into, because even though they're going to have a rookie quarterback, it'd be very difficult to have worse quarterback play or even as bad of quarterback play as they've had the last 2 years. And so that portion of it could immediately move Johnson up. But somebody who comes in like this is going to, I think, cannibalize the situation there with Claypool. But from the Pickett perspective, things are going up and up here. I mean, without, and we've seen him make some decent plays with his legs as well, but without that being a big part of his profile, I mean, you have to have him be a star to help your dynasty team in a big way, to help your fantasy team in a big way. But at the very least, the Steelers are following a blueprint that would seem to make sense. Their picks have fit together nicely. They're building around the young QB immediately. One of the things that you do wonder is kind of where they were on some of these background kind of elements. I think if you have the young quarterback, you're probably especially concerned about what that receiver is going to do for you, whether it's working hard, being able to learn the playbook, being willing to run the routes the way they're designed. All of those things come into play a little bit. I think this is very positive in terms of being a vote of confidence for Pickens from a background perspective. So these two things fit nicely together. I don't think it's great for Chase Claypool. Is that the way you'd be looking at it?
I think that was all great. I'm seeing Chiefs go Skyy Moore.
Boom.
Skyy to the Chiefs.
All right, Ben, hold down the fort. I'll be back.
We got something coming up with Shawn. That was the first good thing that has happened in this second round. The Colts also took Alec Pierce. We talked about as a big athletic guy. I love that for Michael Pittman, who I've not been super, super fond of. I was concerned that somebody would come in and basically be a better target earner than him. Alec Pierce is not the receiver that I would be concerned about that happening with. And now we have Skyy Moore to the Chiefs. Shawn has stepped away, and he's come back with his Chiefs hat on. And people are telling me to check a car crash tweet about George Pickens. Apparently, I saw a comment here as well that Pickens was apparently in a car crash last week and hit his head off the windshield, was not wearing a seatbelt. That's very interesting. But I don't really know how to react to that. I'm going to focus on Skyy Moore right now. Shawn, what are your thoughts on Skyy Moore to the Chiefs?
Where's Pete? I mean, this was the perfect spot for the clip, right? The perfect spot. He silenced us all, as he does at the end of that. And now, I mean, Pat's going to win every league that he's drafted so far, right? Because Skyy Moore has got to be, what, the 106?
I mean, I love it. I've drafted him in both of my leagues so far. Moved up to get him in one. So I'm excited. I got Burks and Moore in my 2 leagues so far. So all my bad quarterback decisions are going to be covered by, I think, 2 really nice value gains at receivers. Those might be 2 of the guys that move up the most. How does Moore fit in? What does it mean for Juju? I mean, that's the guy that I feel like it's a little bit redundant with Juju, right?
I think that it probably is. I think that you're looking for them to do slightly different things, but one of the elements that we were really missing last year with Kansas City was these receivers who could dominate in the intermediate area. For all of the things that Hill has done, last year he was more or less reduced to being someone who caught the ball at the line of scrimmage or a player who was targeted way down the line, just very, very deep and unsuccessfully. Right? They weren't able to get that element of it. So when teams challenged them to take some of these shorter plays, they were unsuccessful. The fact that they've gone out and gotten Skyy Moore, Juju Smith-Schuster, they still have MVS to go deep. They've said a lot of very positive things about Hardman and how he can do some of those deep things too. I think they'll use him occasionally that way, but he's essentially your manufactured touch guy right over the middle. I mean, right there at the line of scrimmage. And so Moore, Juju, all of those areas that the Chiefs were lacking last year, I think they're going to be more dominant at. And so the thing that I told you when they made this trade is that there were scenarios in which the offense would actually not just be better, but be significantly better next season. Skyy Moore now takes us in that direction. We put his draft slot into the box score scout, and you get Elijah Moore, you get DJ Chark, you get Calvin Ridley. You get some other names that I'm not going to mention because they're not as enthusiastic. That's the way comps work. But
that was fantastic.
But this is fun, right? And I think the Chiefs are going through the process and fixing the elements that they need, as opposed to trying to make one play to hit the next Tyreek Hill. That was the thing that I was concerned about, that they're going to trade Hill and then make a very low percentage move for one of these rookies and say, this guy has to do it right away. I think the team is going to be built out nicely, so they have a lot of options. Now, year one for Skyy Moore, is this something where he's actually going to put up big numbers? I don't think so, unless Juju is done. But as you look at him evolving or improving throughout the course of the next 2, 3, 4 seasons, I mean, he's now got one of the highest floors in this entire draft.
It's beautiful. I love it. Pete wanted an apology. First of all, I didn't hear one in there. I don't even remember.
Well, we've been dying for Pete. Where's the club? But
yeah. There were a few people talking about more falling. Just to address the draft capital thing, somebody looked it up. I think it was Sam Sherman. Shout out Sam Sherman. Looked up the Grinding the Mocks expected draft capital for Moore was pick 43. I was talking about pick 50 a little bit ago on the stream. So he went 11 picks after that. I mean, this is sort of what the evaluators were expecting. He did not go significantly further. He did fall a little bit, and the Chiefs did trade back, and maybe there's a very minor thing there, but I think that is more than covered by the landing spot hype, obviously. And we were talking about that with Pickens as well, falling. I do think for him as well, there's not a massive concern about him falling to 52. So these guys both get off the board. It did feel like a long time into this particular stream. We're almost going on 2 hours here. We've been sitting here talking, but both of those guys get enough draft capital that it's not a significant concern. Moore, per Pat Kerrane, becomes the first second round non-power 5 early declare wide receiver taken since Devontae Adams. So we're looking for the early declares. Most of the small school guys don't declare early. They need that extra year to really get on the NFL radar. Moore did declare early and still gets drafted in the second round. I mean, this doesn't happen.
And
small school guys that declare early.
And declare early despite getting hit by the pandemic, right? Which that's one of the things that's made it harder for a lot of these receivers to build out their resumes in ways that other players didn't necessarily have to deal with.
Right. And so that's like that for me is the other reason I'm not at all concerned about the draft capital, because there was already going to be league skepticism about a small school guy declaring early. And that just doesn't typically happen. I mean, that is actually substantial buy-in. No one has gotten this high of a draft pick from a small school, a wide receiver who's declaring early. And like you said, with even the pandemic in his face, not getting as many reps, not getting on tape as much, to get to the point where he was able to be taken in the second round is pretty fantastic. And like Sam brings up, there were a lot of other receivers that were drafted ahead of him. He says he doesn't think that's a big deal. I'm going to add as well. I have no concern about that, honestly. I mean, I think I think that stuff gets brought up too much. It does matter to a degree. We do need to listen to what the NFL tells us, but in my opinion, you do have to look at it a little bit like that's one team's preference, right? Like, what were the Patriots looking for? They were looking for speed. And now we have Trey McBride. Shawn, you might need to go change your hat again. Your boy Trey McBride, who I know you love as a top tight end in this class, is going to the Arizona Cardinals.
Oof.
You don't like it.
This is perfect.
Oh,
I mean, perfect for a fan. I mean, I'm sitting here in Tucson, Arizona. We've got the bright sunshine. It's an absolutely gorgeous day. Arizona Cardinals fans, I think, now are partying because they have Marquise Brown and Trey McBride. I was actually thinking maybe the Chiefs would go McBride. That was the other direction I was really hoping that they would be able to do as we got to the end of the second round here.
You were hoping the Chiefs might load up behind Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I mean, we run the Gronk Hernandez offense with elite receivers and a better quarterback. And, you know, how many undefeated seasons in a row would be talking there?
So how high does Trey McBride move now? And real quick, hit that subscribe button. We are up over 700 subscribers. We've added a good number during this stream. But let's get to 750. We're at 719 right now. Go hit subscribe on the RotoViz YouTube channel. Shawn, where does Trey McBride get to in tight end premium? We'll say Superflex as well. You said Skyy Moore is now the 106. I like that, holding you to that. Trey McBride is the what?
Well, I've kind of felt that he needed to be in that 111 to 202 range. And now especially, if the quarterbacks are not even going to factor into this year's draft, then you're talking about these guys are definitely in that type of category. You've got an offense, again, that can score a lot of points. Then at some point here, though, we are going to have to start talking about Arizona maybe having too many mouths to feed. Are we getting into that range at this juncture?
I'm concerned. Yeah. I mean, I'm a little worried about McBride. I think they really like Ertz. And so now you have Ertz and McBride, and probably Ertz is going to block McBride to some extent early on. We don't always see the rookie tight ends perform right away. Obviously, that was discussed a lot last year with Kyle Pitts. We did see Pitts get on the field a lot, but he was basically playing wide receiver. But low-key, we also saw it from Pat Freiermuth last year, mostly just playing tight end. I think it's more possible in today's NFL for these rookie tight ends to produce early. I don't love this for him producing in 2022 because he has Ertz ahead of him. And I'm almost more concerned about McBride for Rondell long-term than I was about Marquise Brown.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's any question about that. The upside element and the exciting element, again, purely from a reality perspective, is that the Cardinals are now clearly one of these teams, not that they weren't before, but little by little, they've been putting the pieces in place to be essentially what we saw last year with the Bengals, the Bills, the Chiefs, where the team that had the ball last was going to win. The Cardinals have also gone through some phases where the defense was very good. They have this decline down the stretch. They have the embarrassing playoff game loss. They have supposedly some pretty heated interactions between coach, GM, all of that situation at the end of the owner at the end of the season. And they have responded by now putting the pieces in place to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And also, I think, put the pieces in place to create a situation where Kyler Murray doesn't feel like he has to do it all himself. For all of the concerns about some of the things he doesn't do throwing the ball well underneath, for some of the things about maybe his personality and his leadership, we saw him really competing in the actual games themselves last year. And you need everything from your starting quarterback. You need that off the field leadership, and you need someone who you don't have to guess every day what they're going to be like. But you also need someone who fights during the games. And we saw that from him. I think they're putting together not only a high-scoring offense, but the more pieces that they have here, I think, and the injuries are going to mostly be luck. But when you're talking about him getting out on the edge with the pieces now, it's going to be easier to get out there. He's going to have this element to where, I mean, you could see him now when he wants, run for huge chunks. They won't necessarily need to, but also I think be able to get down a little bit better and not take some of these hits. I think this decreases the chance for injury, increases the upside. Kyler Murray, someone who it's not an absurd discount when you're talking about going around to a round and a half later than other QBs who are probably being overdrafted. But Lamar Jackson looked like a silly discount in early leagues, but now his situation has actually gotten worse. Murray was a little bit cheaper. If you were drafting Murray in this pre-draft period, I think that you've won by a good 18 picks of value, and you're still in the range where that matters.
Yeah, and Murray, I mean, he started incredibly hot last year. He got hurt. He was inactive for a bit, cooled off a little bit down the stretch. The whole offense cooled off. But you got to remember, down the stretch, he was throwing to, Hopkins was not healthy. He was throwing to A.J. Green, Zach Ertz, Antoine Wesley. They weren't playing Rondale Moore, and Christian Kirk. And now he's going to be throwing to presumably a healthier DeAndre Hopkins, right? Probably still going to have Ertz out there. I don't know that A.J. Green's necessarily going to be getting on the field a ton because you're going to have Marquise Brown out there instead of Antoine Wesley. You're going to have Rondale hopefully playing more. If they are smart, I would say less Ertz and more Trey McBride and getting a little bit more youth and explosiveness in there at tight end, but probably won't see that a ton in 2022. But you have depth as well. Now you start to have injuries. You don't have to play Antoine Wesley. I think this was a really intelligent move by them to understand that they were put in a position last year where they didn't like their receiver depth chart. They were starting Wesley and A.J. Green on the outside and Kirk on the slot. I, again, still maintain they should have just kicked Kirk to the outside and played Rondale Moore in the slot. But they now have more depth throughout at receiver and at tight end. They went and traded for Ertz midseason to bring in the tight end element. He's in a way better position. He's going to have 4 targets on some plays that were better than any of the targets that were running routes at the end of last season on some of those plays. 4 of his 5 eligible receivers will be, Hopkins, Brown, Trey McBride potentially, and Rondale Moore. If you get those guys out in a route together, that's exciting. That's a lot different than what he was throwing to down the stretch in 2021. We got the Cowboys going edge rusher. Stephanie has been hoping the Cowboys would land one of these the receivers who all went, and she's feeling my pain with what the Seahawks did. I'm sorry, Stephanie, for the Cowboys reaching again. And now the Bucks traded up to take an offensive lineman. So nothing too exciting while we were talking about the much more exciting landing spots of Skyy Moore to the Chiefs and Trey McBride to the Cardinals. No quarterbacks yet. Oh, the Falcons are back on the clock, though, as I say that. Can we get a quarterback off the board? How is this not going to be a quarterback? This has to be a quarterback, right? This has to be Malik Willis.
And the early returns, Marcus Mariota is too good. You don't want to not get a chance to see him play. Ben, before we get to that obviously is the question. James Conner. We talk about running backs and the offenses matter, delivering you down to the goal line. We know the Cardinals love to run in those short yardage situations. This offense is so explosive that James Conner could challenge some of those, say, 2000 to 2010 massive running back touchdown seasons. I wrote about this recently in relation to Jonathan Taylor. Conner, obviously not that talent, but we saw what he could do last year, even with the sort of lack of speed that he does have. If the Cardinals don't hit that position and the way they're loading up on offense, I would definitely not put it past them to add someone. If we stay with the same depth chart, is James Conner, you and I don't believe in taking running backs in the first round unless they're going to have 25 point per game upside. We're getting to the point where Conner could have that.
Whew. I thought you were going to tell me, he's a 3rd round pick. Where is he going right now? Anyone who's been drafting a lot, let me know, because I was under the impression he's still going like the 3rd, 4th. I would love to take him in the 3rd if that's his value, but you want to take James Conner.
Well, how about this one? Does he move ahead of Javonte Williams with the situation there?
No. I don't know. You just made a really compelling case for James Conner. Let's be honest, though. They both have to be behind Kenneth Walker, who is now the starting running back for the Seattle Seahawks. No, I don't have a good answer for that. You made a very compelling case. It makes me also want to be on the Cardinals backups as well, because it is a thin depth chart, and Connor has had some injury issues in the past. And so Dubner says Connor's been going in the third mostly. I like that price. I don't think he can go. I don't think I can take him in the first.
This probably is only going to be accurate for another 100 picks or so, but I do wish I had even more, Benjamin.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, especially because we don't necessarily know that Benjamin's the number 2. I don't think his price can rise too much. I think he's a very fun pick right now. Falcons went with a linebacker. So what? Why?
Ben, I've heard that the only position more important than running back in 2022 in the NFL is linebacker. Is that correct?
I mean, it's definitely not quarterback, judging by this draft. Apparently, the quarterback position is not even worth taking shots on. I mean, you have like PFF doing all this research showing how many more wins over replacement a quarterback can generate. Even an average one can generate over an elite player at any other position. Why wouldn't you just be taking these shots? I don't understand these teams. I mean, if you're an Atlanta fan, and I feel for them because that sucks that you're an Atlanta fan, but like, how are you not just miserable that they're not seeing what they could get out of Malik Willis? Like, Marcus Mariota is not your future. And I like Mariota. I'm excited to watch Mariota. I'm going to be in on Mariota now that they're apparently not willing to draft another QB. But, man.
And I'm looking at this, and it seems like this linebacker has been first team all-conference at 3 positions. Are you changing your take?
No. Was one of those positions quarterback?
I don't believe it was.
They've taken 2 defensive
I don't want to be
players.
down on him, but he was all first team at other positions that also don't matter.
Okay, so they also pick at 74. This was pick 58.
Yeah, they're going to get their guy.
They're 16 picks away, and they still might be the next team to take a quarterback.
Carson Strong is looking good. Ben, we're coming to the end of hour 2 here. Give us a quick update on the number of subscribers we have. Is it 7,000?
We're hoping it's 7,000. We're trying to do. I was hoping for 750. We got a couple. I subscribed in the chats. We're up to 722. We got a couple. Expect more out of you guys. There's 95 people watching. Just go click that subscribe button. It will not bother you at all. It will not charge you any money. It will not send you any notifications, and it will help us a lot. We are going to be looking at a lot of defensive players, I think, here. This is a lot of this late area. We have the Bills. The Niners, I guess, could go receiver if they're thinking about moving Debo or something, but they are not reportedly going to do that. Then we have the Chiefs. We have the Bengals. We have the Broncos. We have some teams that have a lot of depth now at their skill positions. So I think the next 5 picks or so might be kind of boring.
Well, Ben, start me out with a little bit of a recap here of where we are through round 2.
Well, I was going to say in that mold, I was going to say maybe we should start talking about the first couple rounds of rookie drafts. The Vikings went offensive guard there. We got 5 picks until we turn over into the 3rd round. And like I said, I don't really anticipate. Well, the Bills could go receiver, but I don't really anticipate a ton of skill position guys. Do you want to think about where we're at? Where are like 101, 10? I mean, I don't even know. But you still like Breece Hall at 101?
I do. And the other big takeaway I would have here is that I do think that we actually got the rest of the top wide receivers in round 2 with the exception of Jalen Tolbert. So he's somebody, I mean, if he would go to the Bills, as you just mentioned, that would be really exciting. I did also want to mention here, I was just checking to make sure I had the exact order right, but Sam had mentioned that the specific order of the receivers coming off probably doesn't matter. And you pointed out, and this is one of the things that I think is incredibly important to remember, is it's just you're only getting the actual information from one team. It's not an ADP, right? It's not the community's reaction or pricing of these players. It's the one guy. And one way we can look at that, and it's easy to go back if you are one of these teams that missed in 2019, it's easy to go back if you're a Chiefs fan and say, look, I mean, when the Chiefs were there looking at Hardman, why didn't you just take Deontay Johnson or DK Metcalf? Either of those guys are awesome. They're awesome in different ways, but they were both there. And it's easy to forget that actually the next couple of receivers who were picked after Hardman were not Metcalf and Johnson, but were actually JJ Arcega-Whiteside, Paris Campbell, and Andy Isabella. And so, I mean, again, people have been saying this in the chat. We've been saying this, but nothing illustrates more clearly that the exact order doesn't matter than the way that those handful of guys came off the board.
Sorry, I am checking up on some comments at other places, doing my typical thing where I don't pay attention sometimes. Another little peek behind the curtain. Sean has to deal with this occasionally when we record. Yeah, I honestly was reading something else and not paying attention to anything you just said, so I can't even BS.
We were just saying that Sam was doing a great job with the comments there. Any other receivers that you are still looking for?
I mean, not really. I want to do the first round of Superflex tight end premium. I mean, we don't know the quarterbacks yet. I think it can still be influenced by that, but maybe we should just pull out the quarterbacks for now, and we can later drop them in. But of the drafted players,
a 1 QB first round here.
Okay, sure, 1 QB, because I think it's interesting to talk about where Pickett would go, but let's just remove Pickett entirely. I think you like Breece Hall 101.
Confirmed.
I think I would have to. I think I'd have to go Traylon. But I mean, London is right there too, and Hall. So are we saying that's sort of a tier of 3 at the top right now?
I don't know. I feel like if I don't go with Skyy Moore in this group, then Pete's not going to forgive me for yesterday.
Other contenders would be Garrett Wilson, obviously, who is now with the Jets. Jamison Williams with the Lions. Olave to the Saints. I don't think was a good enough landing spot to elevate him into this group. Is that sort of, I mean, is Wilson now behind the other 2 big-bodied receivers? Clearly? Half tier or so?
Yeah, his profile, along with the landing spot, really takes him out of the question there. The guy that I had when I was trying to put together the round 1 before we started today, the guy that I had at the 104 was actually Walker, and we do a lot of FFPC. Some of the more traditional FFPC format is more running back heavy, and in the Dynasty there, the running backs go even earlier, but the running backs do still go early in the RotoViz Triflex leagues. You and I have some picks in that 3, 4, 7 range, I believe. We were thinking we might not get a running back because there are a lot of pre-draft situations in which it was Hall, Walker, but I think that you're telling me, and I think it's pretty clear cut, that not only is Walker now not in the conversation for the 102, but he might, I mean, are there situations now where he falls out of the top 6?
Yeah. I don't want him in the top 6. You want him in the top 6? Let's go pick by pick. Okay. Let's just make some picks. Because I don't know, Bengals traded up. We haven't seen anything here.
So I'm
gonna change all my opinions after this, and you are entitled to as well, obviously. But you're gonna be more, I think, formulated in your thoughts than I am. But
I'm closer to you on Burks than you are to me on Hall. So let's make our Stealing Bananas official first rookie mock in the middle of day 2 starts out with Treylon Burks.
Are you taking him? Let's go back and forth.
Okay. Never mind.
And then you can.
Do I have the first pick or the second pick?
That's what I'm saying. I'll go 1-on-1. Traylon Burks. You can go.
Breece Hall.
You're taking Hall 2. I'm going to take London 103.
I've got to go with my Lions player here. The way that it's working out, we're still going to get a rookie quarterback to the Lions at some point. Jameson Williams.
Jameson Williams 104. I'm going to take Garrett Wilson 105. So what do you do at 106?
And then I think this will be the first tier break. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, I think this is about right. And maybe there was a half tier to Jameson and Garrett Wilson, I would say. But I'm with you that I feel like this is where it gets kind of tough because you were talking about Kenneth Walker still being at 106. I don't want to take him there if I'm you. I know who I want to take, and you've already said that he's the 106. You're wearing his team's hat on the top of your head.
Well, yeah. Yes, this will be a possibility for Skyy Moore, but the other one, Ben, that we discounted a little bit because his profile is not there. But we now have Christian Watson in a situation where he could immediately come in and have a 20-plus market share for the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers.
But there's nothing really in his profile that suggests that he can earn that type of volume. I mean, unless Aaron Rodgers is just throwing him the ball every time, which is.
And I don't think that you fired up his highlights recently. We need Pete to roll the clip there as well.
I mean, I don't have great data on him, so that's actually.
For everybody who wants to learn more about Christian Watson, Connor wrote a fantastic article for RotoViz recently. Obviously, if you're reading Connor, you're getting some great insights into how to win this year's FFPC 100. Well, I think it's a $200,000 prize this year. Check that article out from Connor. He also had a couple of articles today including how to win your best ball league based on what happened on day one. He's giving you his insights on how day one moved the needle. So, Ben, if you want to learn about Christian Watson, you can go there. I'm going to go ahead and take Skyy Moore here. But there is obviously a big argument that that's a reach with Watson, Walker, and Olave still.
And I'm going to take Olave before any of those other names you just mentioned at 107. I was just coming to that realization as well. I hadn't mentioned it when you were talking about Watson and Skyy yet because I hadn't thought of it either. But right as you were about to say his name, I was like, you know what? I think Olave's got to go here as well. So I think for me, I think I still have him over Watson.
And somebody's going to have to take some running backs. Well, they don't have to. But I am going to take Kenneth Walker here because I'm going to have the Seahawks version of Jamal Charles, right? I mean, every time that he scores a 50-yard touchdown, I'm going to be celebrating, and you're going to be sad that they're winning the wrong way.
I don't know why for our first Stealing Bananas mock draft of the year, you couldn't just let it be basically 0 RB. I mean, I don't know why you had to go and ruin it by taking the terrible Seahawks running back. No, I'm just kidding. Then I guess I'll take Christian Watson. You made some pretty good takes there. And I'm not taking Jahan Dotson. Trey McBride in tight end premium is an interesting consideration there. Wan'Dale Robinson is starting to get into the equation. George Pickens is in the equation. But I think you're right on Christian Watson being the next guy off the board. And so that was pick 109. So now you got to do 110.
So I am going to take McBride, right?
Okay. You're taking McBride 110. I'm going to take, oh God, do I have to take Dotson? So I'm going to take Wan'Dale Robinson over Dotson. Sorry, go ahead.
You've put me in a little bit of a quandary because yesterday I mentioned that Terry McLaurin was a 10th round pick in best ball. And the funny thing is I was kind of feeling that was the case before Dotson was picked because you and I had McLaurin last year. He cost us a lot of money by actually playing, not by being on the bench where it would have been fine. Couldn't play him last year. I think he actually gets a downgrade at QB. So when you're looking at McLaurin, I think you have to think to yourself, where would I draft Michael Pittman if you also added then a first round draft pick on top of him. And that's probably where you would have to take Terry McLaurin. But then you have the situation now too, where you have to look at the backup and decide how that moves him. And Ben, the pick that we didn't talk about was, because frankly, it wasn't super interesting, but it is quite relevant considering the athletic profile and the opportunity. But Alec Pierce went there at number 53 to the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, get out of here. I don't think you can take him over Pickens, can you?
Well, I'm setting the scene. Where are we with the picks? You're
at 112. I'm going to take Wan'Dale Robinson at 111. I'm trying to type out our first round and share it on Twitter, but I've already forgotten all the picks. But
I'm going to take Pickens.
You're going to take Pickens at 112. So we went Burks, Hall, London, Jameson, Wilson, Skyy Moore at 106. At 107, I took Olave. At 108, you took Walker. At 109, I took Watson, right? At 110, you took McBride. 111, I was Wan'Dale Robinson. And 112, you took George Pickens. That was our random first run off the top of the head order for the first round in one QB. What are we wrong on, Shawn?
I don't think that we're necessarily wrong, but I have left you with an interesting choice at the 201. Not that we're doing the second round, but you have Tyquan Thornton, Alec Pierce, Jahan Dotson. And if you want to really think out of the box, John Metchie.
Alec Pierce, Jahan Dotson, and John Metchie. And did you name another name there?
Tyquan.
And Tyquan Thornton would all be in the mix early in round 2 for you. It's going to be a wide receiver heavy.
But Ben, those are just the players who have been drafted. Are you looking at Spiller here? Do you like Pierre Strong? We did an episode on the running backs as well that we were hoping to not see fall. I don't know that we're necessarily that far away from starting to get into Zamir White, James Cook territory. Both in the reality draft, we could see some running backs come off in round 3. Do you think that element will happen? We've seen the QBs fall. The running backs after the top 2 are also very weak. We could potentially not see any of the running backs even today.
Yeah, that would be something. I haven't really been thinking about the other running backs. They're not, obviously, they haven't gone off the board, and they're not nearly the same level as these top 2. But landing spot matters so much. I mean, it would depend where they might fall and what that might do to what that might mean for whatever backfield obviously they're falling into. If they have a shot to potentially be a lead back. If in Atlanta, for example, who refuses to take anyone fun, would have taken a running back, we could have been excited about that.
I am going to take a player from outside the draft here at the 202.
Or are we continuing?
No, you don't have to. But I'm going to make a pick at 202.
Who's my 201? All right, 201. I will take... I don't think I want to take Alec Pierce. I don't really like Pittman that much, but I don't really like Pierce that much. Ooh, Thornton, Metchie. This is sort of a. We haven't taken Dotson yet. All right, I'll take Dotson. He went 16 overall. Dotson 201. You're up 202.
Okay, so to give a little bit of insight into Alec Pierce, he's not one of those guys who checks the boxes. He is someone who has the freak score profile, right? You're talking about someone who 6'3", 211, runs that low 4.4, has a 40-inch vertical leap. His comps being drafted in that range. And again, this is saying that the Colts believe in him, and they do have an opening, as you just mentioned. DJ Chark, Rashad Perryman, Mike Wallace, Chris Godwin, who was rising as a producer when he came into the NFL, but wasn't necessarily a finished product yet. I think
James Cook to the Bills, as you're in the middle of this thought, and just said we might not be that far off from him coming. Sean, the crystal ball seer, just willed James Cook to the Bills.
And James Cook is a pretty funny back because his score in the running back prospect lab was basically non-existent, and yet you look at the explosiveness, you look at the big playability, you look at the hybrid nature. Ben, I'm a sucker for these small running backs. Now, I do prefer that they be productive. There were 3 or 4 guys with similar athletic profiles who were much more productive. What are you thinking here in terms of, if you're an NFL GM yourself and you're looking at risk reward, are you more comfortable for a player who played for a national champion and is in the mix with other players kind of that pedigree? I mean, not that national champions have first round picks at every position. Or are you more comfortable with someone who has the same athletic testing and has done a little bit more what you want to see over a larger sample?
I don't even know which guys you're referring to. I mean, Cook is the national champion from Georgia, but
no, we got to get the Tylers into the discussion. Just because they're going to go in round 7 or not at all doesn't mean we can't talk about them on day 2.
That's who you're comparing to Tyler Beatty and Tyler Goodson. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have taken James Cook here if that's the answer. If I could wait till that late to get that type of running back. This is not a good pick by the Bills, in my opinion, just because of what you just said. We don't even know that James Cook is better than the running backs you can get in the 7th round at this point. And if one is, it's probably not James Cook, right? I mean, it's probably like an Isaiah Spiller.
Yeah, I think that there's still an element where running back is such an athletic position that you want the guy who can make the big play, and Cook gives them a little bit more of that. At the same time, if the Bills were going to be a team that took a running back on day 2, then I think Cook is very good for Devin Singletary, because I think he comes out and he still holds the vast majority of that job.
So they just drafted Zach Moss 2.0, and they're just going to have another bad RB2 behind.
No, Singletary. I mean, I think they're going to be luckier with this one. I think that the explosiveness is going to be a great fit with the Bills. I'm going to actually be drafting a lot of Cook now. But I think that, Singletary, one of the great things about him is that his price always allows you to draft him and the other guy on the team, right? We did a lot of that with Singletary and Moss last year, and you feel silly when Moss plays the way that he plays, but then you win a lot of money because Devin Singletary does what he does down the stretch. Maybe Cook is that guy who wins a bunch of money for people down the stretch next year. The potential fly in the ointment is that people are going to be somewhat excited about a back with this kind of explosiveness in Buffalo. I don't think that you're going to get the same discount that we got last year on non-Singletary backs. People are always going to be skeptical about Singletary, but on non-Singletary backs, simply because Singletary actually scored. So the funny thing is, because he has such a great run to end the year, even though he's only mildly more expensive, their other backs are going to be hard to purchase at that same discount. An interesting pick here. I think it's hard to justify the lack of production. At the same time, this is exactly the player I would take the risk on. Then back to wide receiver, though, quickly. Did any of those names that I mentioned get you going on Alec Pierce? You're like, I don't believe in Michael Pittman. He's got Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan to the rescue. Let's make the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with Pierce in this range. If you didn't we were joking about continuing on, and I took Dotson at 201. If you didn't take Pierce 202, I would have taken Pierce 203. That's the one of all the guys that we talked about that I'm comfortable with next, over James Cook, over anyone who you may have left on the board. He would have been he would have been my pick at 202.
So
go ahead.
I was remembering that I actually wrote today about David Bell because he was also one of the guys on our show that we wanted to see where he would go. So I think that while we're obviously on quarterback watch, we're also on David Bell watch in terms of what the NFL thinks about him. Unlike a lot of these other guys where I thought that they were going to be pretty resilient to their draft slot, David Bell, I mean, he's going to be somebody who is so good that, he'll go in there and win the job and play. But if he's picked in round 6 or 7, which is not where he's projected, even after being bad at the combine, bad at the pro day, he still has decent projections in terms of where he goes. He could go in round 3. he's also one of these players that I believed in the past and fell really late. And at that point, you're looking more as being like a year 3, year 4, year 5 breakout. And then he wouldn't be a good pick at the 202, but that's where I'm going to pick him right now.
Who was that at 202? I was doing that thing where I was paying attention to Twitter.
I'm going to go David Bell.
David Bell at 202. All right, I'll take Alec Pierce 203. Are you going to take James Cook at 204 or Tyquan Thornton? Those I'm looking at what I was looking at was I actually sent out our first round, and we got some comments that we didn't have Dotson in our first round. We didn't have Thornton in our first round. We didn't have James Cook in our first round now that he has gone off the board. Those were the 3 that got mentioned. We did go Dotson.
Think Cook. I mean, can Cook be in the first round? Maybe he can. I mean, again,
there's a couple that are saying that now, and someone said redo this with James Cook now, and I wrote, okay, done. That was my reply. So I found this on the web. I'm with you. Hey, now my watch is talking to me. But no, I'm with you. I don't think he can be in
I found some drafts on the web with James Cook in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know that I would have Cook it.
Well, I'm going to take Thornton because
okay.
Even though we talked about how it's congested there, I think he's got a better chance of rising out of that in New England than Dotson does in Washington.
I like it. I like Thornton there more than I like Cook, but then I think that leaves me with Cook. Unless I go to a player who's undrafted like you did, that would be interesting. I don't even want to take Kenny Pickett in single QB at this point.
I think Pat probably has us on an undrafted tight end.
This is not a fun. This has not been a fun and deep first couple of rounds. You're saying he'd have us on Greg Dulcich, right?
That's right.
Oh, we didn't take Metchie yet.
Did Twitter also want him in there?
They did not. No one cares about Metchie, apparently.
You didn't get 1,000 replies with him in the draft?
No. You had mentioned that in Superflex he might not even be a second rounder yet, so we're still at this point. So we are kind of over that. Who's been undrafted? Who are we looking at as the best available at wide receiver and running back? I'd want to take insert next running back draft capital probably. Oh, Jalen Tolbert is a good pick here. Oh, I could take Justin Ross too. I'll take Jalen Tolbert.
Okay, and I will take James Cook. We didn't have James Cook, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't take him. I was thinking about taking him, but I did not. So what does that put us? 206? Let's just quit there because this is getting depressing.
So do we have some good rumors from the chat, Ben?
I didn't see them. What did they say?
No, you're in charge of both Twitter and the chat. So I was just checking in there to see where we were.
I don't see.
You don't have Justin Ross supporters in the chat with you, it sounds like.
I don't see any Justin Ross love in the chat. We're through round 2. We did finish the rest of round 2 without another receiver. James Cook snuck in there for one more skill position guy. It was that sort of boring last 8 picks that I suggested it might be. But now that we're into round 3, we do now have a lot of the bad teams again. Will a quarterback ever get drafted?
So you want to take us right back on a quarterback watch?
I just would love for one of them to get picked, just so I can stop thinking about it.
You mentioned the best available. Tolbert would be there. Ross would be there. Pierre Strong, I would argue, is an interesting name. At running back, Isaiah Spiller. I think there's an outside chance that Kyron Williams goes after he rehabbed his value to an extent. With a good pro day, had that sub-7 3-cone. But overall, Ben, I don't think that we can, putting the quarterbacks aside, I don't think that we can be that frustrated with the first round, removing the landing spots. We got the skill positions in the first 2 rounds that we wanted. So even though in 1 QB and obviously right now in 2 QB, the second round isn't particularly deep, I think that first round, the value for these players has been solidified very, very nicely.
Absolutely. As we're getting into round 3, Shawn, we talked about potentially having some guests on. I'm starting to ping some of them. But what? My brain only half works right now at this point. I was kind of concerned after all that drinking last night about how we're at 2.5 hours today, coming back off like.
Ben, we can call it for you when you run out. People will understand. All the players have been picked. There's no pressure here.
No, we're definitely getting through the third round, but I'm calling in reinforcements is what I'm trying to do. But I just want to see a quarterback picked. What were you just talking about, though?
I was saying that I think that the first round values got solidified very nicely. If you loaded up on first round picks in the 2022 draft, despite the semi-softness of it, I think that you're going to come out in very good shape. Even with something like Dotson going to the Commanders, I think we've got 12 guys here. I think everybody's going to be excited about the player that they get because of some of the moves like McBride to the Cardinals and more to the Chiefs, especially if you're willing to be patient in the back half of round 1, where those are the teams coming off of being good and being in the playoffs. Maybe you can afford to be a little bit more patient. You're going to get very exciting players again. And this is one of the ways in which in fantasy, it's somewhat like reality, where sometimes the best teams just keep getting better because they can be patient with some of those top guys.
I'm with you on that. I love that point. What about Superflex? Where does Kenny Pickett fit into what we just did? And do any of the other quarterbacks even go in the first round? I mean, like, is there probably not, right? And so where do they go? It's super flex. They still have decent profiles. They're not like out of the second round.
No, I don't think that they'll be out of the second round, but frankly, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
Right. Because it could get very, very bleak here. I don't think that I think that Malik Willis could still be a first round pick if he ends up in the right spot. And I know that people who drafted pre-draft and took him 101 are frustrated / distraught. I don't think that he should have been taken there because you have to minimize your risk at Superflex and you've got to load up on the stars and work quarterbacks in different spots. But this is kind of like the situation last year where I felt like Fields and Lance were a little bit overdrafted because you had some of these prospects in Pitts and Chase who were falling to 5 to 6. They couldn't go there. But yet at that same time, that next group ended up being a little bit cheaper. So you have Zach Wilson, Mac Jones. Mac Jones looks like he's probably going to at least return what you paid. Zach Wilson now, with all of the weapons they've added, that becomes exciting again. But you got those players inexpensively. And again, we talk about the rich getting richer because you were able to wait. You didn't have to pay. When we were doing our RotoViz rookie guide, this was sort of a controversial element because I think different drafters within the group, different mockers within the group had the quarterbacks a little bit higher. I've really come around on this class, and I'm going to stand by the idea that I think these guys have a lot of fantasy upside and a lot of reality upside, but I don't like to pay for QBs in any format, but definitely not in Superflex either. So I think you have to let them fall. And even if they had been late first round, early second round picks, which has gone well by the wayside, I think that you would want to get those other positions first, lock them down, and pick the guys who drop. So Sam Wallace and I were in a pre-draft rookie draft recently where the QBs all fell out. So that was definitely the expectation going in that one. But we picked Howell late. We traded in with like a 2024 pick to get Ritter late. I think in the middle of the second round, these guys will be great picks. And it's one of the reasons to load up on second round picks. But I think it was always a case where these guys were undervalued in fantasy. They were undervalued in reality. They were overvalued in fantasy. And it's one of the reasons why when you do the startup, you have to hit on 3 guys after the stars are gone. And I think that this idea of, okay, well, I've got bad quarterbacks now is distressing to some managers. You want to, and that's the reason why justifiably the first round in a Superflex startup is the star QBs. But then after that, you've got to load up. You've got to take the players like a Derek Carr in that next group, and you've always got to be looking at ways that you can build QB depth without paying. I think that we're back into that situation here, where in that second round, if you built the second round picks, you're going to be taking QBs. You're going to have some of these options to see what happens. I mean, it's a very different situation because he didn't drop nearly this far. But we don't have to go back that far to see, Lamar Jackson dropping in the reality draft and teams being like, well, I mean, he can't throw the ball. And you've seen that at the NFL level where there have been just, a handful of games, certainly when he started, but even recently, where he would go on a 3 or 4 pass stretch where the ball would legitimately hit 5 yards away from the wide receiver. And you don't tend to get that from too many NFL starters. And yet, if you're talking about moving the ball, scoring points, putting a team in position to be in the championship game of your conference, he's right there. I mean, load up in the second round. You don't want John Metchie.
Dricko makes a great point in one of the Twitter threads I'm in. He says these guys are going later than dudes like Kellen Mond. I mean, like, one of the reasons that I thought we would definitely see them is you have seen bad quarterback prospects, even in good classes where quarterback needy teams had good ones to hit, the bad ones would go, right? Like, I don't know how bad they were as prospects, but like, think of how many bad quarterbacks have gone high. Gabbert and Christian Ponder and Jake Locker, my guy, who was like, went a lot higher than he was even expected to that year. You see quarterbacks get pushed up, and you even see quarterbacks in classes that have good top quarterbacks go in the second round when they're guys like Kellen Mond. I'm pretty sure he was a second round pick, right? Why are we in the third round? Is it every team playing chicken? I mean, I'm starting to buy that now, where like all of these QB needy teams, you gave that really funny conspiracy theory a little bit ago, but I'm starting to like, I mean, Davis Mills was the first pick of the third round that year for the Texans. Was that last year? I can't even remember. But we have
mostly blocked out the Texans. They don't factor into stealing signals too much.
They just don't exist in my head. There's been a lot of really fringy and questionable quarterback prospects that have gone before this range. Yeah, Kellen Mond was the 302 last year. Davis Mills was the 303, actually. We're now at the 304. The chat's asking about Kyle Trask. He went the last pick of the second round last year, pick 64 overall. So we're past that point for last year's draft, where Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills all went off the board. And that was in a class that had 5 quarterbacks in the first round. So, like, how are we? I don't understand.
Well, Ben, I made the point with Connor, right? I threw it out there when he and I were discussing this quarterback class, that we wouldn't see the quarterbacks fall because, unlike other positions where you can wait for these tiers, and if there's a whole group, you're like, I don't have to take the top guy, I can take the bottom guy, that at quarterback, teams fall in love with an individual player and they make the move to get that guy, even if that doesn't seem like the value. And that thought process was 100% incorrect, right? We are seeing the teams look at these guys and say they're similar in terms of a lot of their numbers. Now, Howell is better, but they're similar in terms of some of those things. They're similar stylistically. We think that the hit chances are similar. Why would we not wait? Why would we not take the last guy in that tier, especially because we know that there are a limited number of teams that realistically are going to take quarterbacks. So you're going to have a chance to make your move after the first couple of guys are there. And so this may be a dream scenario where these teams are looking at it and being like, we're going to be able to make multiple picks, then get the guy we wanted, and this will change our franchise forever, right? So I could see there still being a lot of enthusiasm for these players. And one of the things I would know, you talk about some of these guys who are more or less non-prospects who were drafted before this point in recent years, but why couldn't, I mean, I'm an enthusiast, and when I'm talking as opposed to writing, it can be more difficult for me to not take the really ceiling outcome as opposed to the evidence-based outcome. I was going to say 4. Why couldn't 2 of these 4 guys be Russell Wilson, who was drafted at pick 75, and we're not even into that range yet? I mean, these teams are like, I want to wait 5 more picks and take Russell. We're golden.
I mean, Jordan Love went 26th overall 2 years ago in a class that had 3 other quarterbacks go in the top 10. So, I mean, the reason I keep emphasizing that is there's other teams that need a quarterbacks that had already hit on quarterbacks. There's fewer options. Like, this is a league right now where there are a lot of teams. We've talked about this on Stealing Bananas recently that need a quarterback. You've listed off a bunch. I don't know.
Well, I think that a little bit what we're getting into it, and one of the things that you mentioned with the Seahawks is this element of mixed incentives. And the problem that bad organizations tend to have is that their owner, their GM, their head coach, I mean, you can throw in their quarterback if you want, but they're all on kind of different pages in terms of what's best for those individuals is not best for other people within that decision-making group. And that's where you end up with a strategic approach that's very poor, and then your tactical execution of that becomes even worse. And I think that you are seeing a little bit of that with the Seahawks for the reasons that you've mentioned. We also have a little bit of an element here, perhaps, where the teams that actually do think that they're good, like the Colts and the Saints, are maybe a little bit less reluctant to do something that will help them in the long term. Whereas some of the teams that are rebuilding are targeting that 2023 class, but they're also thinking to themselves, we can wait because we think that the numbers are actually more limited than some people are saying. We don't think the Saints are going to take a QB. We don't think the Colts are going to take a QB. You know, the Giants have more or less specifically said that they could, but you're putting them in a group where perhaps they would prefer just to play Daniel Jones without someone behind him and go back in 2023. So the teams that are looking at the quarterbacks legitimately don't actually think they have that much competition.
But what we have,
but again, Lions, it's got to be the Lions. What
we have developing right now, early here in the 3rd round, we've had 3 offensive linemen, a couple of defensive players. The Jags pick is in. The Bears are behind them. And then the Seahawks are up again with the 8th pick of the 3rd round. And they're going to take another running back. They're definitely taking a DB. I mean, they're taking a safety. They're taking a safety. The Seahawks can still get Malik Willis in the 3rd round. You said one of these guys might be Russell Wilson. What about the same team that took Russell Wilson in the 3rd round?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Seahawks have been setting you up for this the whole time. Are you also looking at this and saying, as opposed to doing this stream, I need to be getting my trade offers in for Jimmy Garoppolo and Baker Mayfield? Because the other big storyline developing is that Mayfield, Garoppolo, and I really very strongly think Marcus Mariota, I mean, those guys are seeing their super flex values skyrocket. I mean, it's Baker Mayfield and Jimmy Garoppolo, so skyrocket might be an exaggeration, but these guys are much more valuable now than they were 24 hours ago.
And the Falcons do pick 2 spots behind the Seahawks. The Jaguars go with linebacker Chad Muma, I believe it is. There was some first-round buzz on him at one point, I think. We are – and then the Colts are between the Seahawks and the Falcons. So we have this stretch right after the Bears pick, Seahawks, Colts, Falcons. If one of these quarterbacks doesn't go there, I mean, I might lose it. I don't know, like, what? I mean, even if you're the Colts, I like, obviously, I don't think how you could not like their quarterback shuffle this offseason where they traded Wentz for 2/3 and then turned around and got Matt Ryan for 1, basically, and lowered their cap obligations. They turned Carson Wentz into Matt Ryan and a pick and less money. They owed less money, more money for them. That was brilliant. But because I think Matt Ryan is still a decent enough quarterback in this league, and we've talked about that, Sean. I know you agree. But why wouldn't you take one of these guys? Matt Ryan could get injured. Matt Ryan is old. I mean, the Packers took Jordan Love at 26 a couple years ago. I mean, is it that everyone is like afraid of doing what the Packers did and pissing off their quarterback?
Well, I think that you should be afraid of frustrating a MVP. It's a little bit different with some of the other teams. A team that I was going to ask you about as a possibility at some point. I don't believe that they have any of these upcoming picks, but we've mentioned the Rosen situation several times. Is there a point at which the Jets would have to actually consider taking one of these quarterbacks?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I'm sitting here afraid that the Bears might do it because they're on the clock. And you know, I love Justin Fields, but I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you at this cost? I really don't understand why you wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, we know that Josh McDaniel wanted Tim Tebow to run his offense the first time around. Do we get a blockbuster trade for Derek Carr with the Raiders on the clock in the third round, and they take one of these guys? We're just going to connect all the teams to the quarterbacks at this point.
Yeah. These aren't even the teams that need one that bad, but let's keep drawing the line. I mean, the Browns are up it a little bit. Maybe they'll get a stopgap for when Deshaun Watson's suspended and Baker Mayfield's holding out. You got to get 3 deep at QB.
I mean, again, it's apples and oranges, but I don't know that the MLB did Watson any favors with their suspension. So
the Bauer suspension, yeah. So the Bears take Velus Jones. That's who Justin Fields gets to work with. Very fast, very unproductive. Nothing else other than being fast, right? Is there anything exciting about him?
Well, Ben, when you're that fast, do you need a second option here? We have a player who played for a long time in college, right? And you get this final season, I don't say eruption, but a very solid performance in Tennessee, 807 yards. He gets that market share of receptions up to 27. The big thing, like you mentioned, is you get a field stretcher, you get somebody who is a good fit for that big arm. Anytime you can get a 4.31 40, then you know defenses are not going to be able to keep him in front of you. Do you like this for them with the big arm? And I mean, Ross Bell still on the board, but we knew that Jones was going to go much earlier. Yeah, we get the.
Yeah, I agree with DKB here, who says he would have liked to see them take David Bell there for much of the same reason I was describing about Skyy Moore, where I think a guy who can earn a lot of volume. I mean, look, I like Darnell Mooney, and he actually had some really decent production metrics in college. But he was one of those guys who should have gone earlier. Yeah, but I would like them to add another receiver that can really earn volume, draw volume. I think a lot of the issues with Fields with the sacks, holding the ball, when I watched some of the QB breakdowns last year, were really tied to, and I've written about this, but we're tied to Allen Robinson basically not running his routes, not winning, not even trying. I've talked about this with Allen Robinson too. It just seemed like he wasn't even trying to play football. But you got to get a guy in there that can actually win on some of those, because Fields does sit and wait for his guy to win on his route. And so I would have liked to see a David Bell there or somebody like that. The speed is going to play with Fields because he does throw a good deep ball. He can extend plays and chuck the ball downfield. So maybe we'll get some big plays there. But I think if Velus Jones is ever going to be anything, he'd be a nice third receiver. You still need that other starter. It's probably not Byron Pringle opposite Darnell Mooney. That's a guy that can operate it, I think, in the intermediate range. But to your point, that could be cool. Komet. Seattle pass on QB again. You got to be fucking kidding me. Who did they take?
We're going to have to do some of the sound effects for Ben here in a second.
Who's Abraham Lucas? You guys got to at least tell me a position. I don't know who Abraham Lucas is. That's a made-up name. That's a freaking made-up name. Seattle's picking creative players. They're just trolling me. Honey, I need another beer. It's our anniversary. She'll love that.
And one of the things I wanted to share with you, and that is, I mentioned
a 7th round O tackle. Oh God, Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm going to distract you with something else that is going to frustrate you a little bit about the Justin Fields deal, which is that unless most of the sources are wrong, Velus Jones is going to play his rookie year at 25. And he's fast, right? He's fast, but the peripheral athletic numbers were not great. I think if you have to dream, his best athletic comps in terms of production, you're looking at Terry McLaurin. And so we always mention that it's not impossible. And if you're going to take a risk on someone who was actually not good in college, at least make it someone fast. But I think the Bears, you don't need to tank with your third round pick. That part of it can be separate. They should have made a different selection.
What is Seattle doing, Sean? What are they doing? Why are they not taking? Do they really think these picks are making them better and that Drew Lock is going to be like, what are they doing? Explain, do any magic you can to try to explain what in the hell they are doing.
Well, the sad part for me here is that I do think this blows a hole in my conspiracy theory, because this would be the point where the teams would start to take quarterbacks. But I thought it was going to be fun for you to get to watch some of these unbridled, undisciplined, unready young QBs go out there and sling the ball around. But I guess you're going to get Geno Smith and Drew Lock.
They got all the way back to the clock on the clock in the third round, and none of the QBs had gone. They still had the pick of their litter, and they didn't take one because of their freaking hubris. With every goddamn draft selection they make, they think they know something everyone else doesn't. They're terrible at drafting. Go to Pro Football Reference and go to the Seahawks franchise encyclopedia and look at their draft picks since 2015. Yes, they were great in 2012 and 2013, and they built their Super Bowl team through the draft. There were some great drafts there. But you go from 2015 to 2021, that's a lot of drafts. That's a lot of picks. And they have like DK Metcalf and a couple other decent picks. And it's
and in that range you talked about where they were good, that was during one of the foundation pieces, one of the great reads from the Fantasy Douche, everything that he wrote would fit in that category, talking about how the Seattle Seahawks dominated the draft with volume, not because they had some magical ability to know how good players were.
Yeah. And now the other part of them trolling me, Sean, is they've now taken 2 tackles. They have committed to the offensive line before, and they've been wrong. They've been very poor at actually identifying offensive linemen that play well. That's part of the issue with – it's not that they've never actually drafted offensive linemen. If you do go look at their draft picks, they've tried to take some. But to go out and take 2 draft picks in this draft at tackle, when you never gave Russ any help on the offensive line. Do they just think Drew Lock is good? Do they think Geno Smith is good?
I'm on
Ritter
team.
To the Falcons. We have liftoff.
There we go.
We got something.
All of those Ritter selections were set. Right back, see?
I got him in both my leagues. I'll take that. I will take that. But over Malik Willis. Wow. Wow. How does Seattle not go QB there? How do you get back up at 308? And I would have been fine with Ritter for them too. I'm comfortable with Ritter at this point if you really have that much of an issue with Malik Willis, but this is exactly how my kids feel right now. Diego says, in quotes, "Mom, Dad's yelling about the Seahawks again." Love you, girls.
Oh, did you get some Seahawks gear for your anniversary?
No. My wife knows me better than that. She's a sweetheart. She's a saint. She would never do such a thing. That would just be rude.
Okay, so what are the chances that Ritter beats out Marcus Mariota by week 6?
I'd say reasonable. I like Mariota too, but I actually like what Atlanta's done at QB quite a bit. You get obviously we've been sitting here talking for how long about take a shot on one of these guys in the third round, but you go get Mariota, who I mean, his last full year with the Titans, hurt his elbow, played through it. His ADOT came way down. I remember writing about this the following offseason for fantasy, and that it could be like a positive for like Corey Davis. This is even pre-AJ Brown, that Mariota like had hurt his elbow and could throw a lot, and they went pretty run heavy, and his ADOT really fell. He wasn't like, he was playing like injured, and anyway, the following season they went even more run heavy, and Tannehill took over. But I mean, I was never really confident Mariota wasn't good enough to play. He's been okay in some substitution opportunities with the Raiders, right? I mean, where are you at on Mariota? Do you still think he has an opportunity to be seems like a decent fit? He's a good guy, I think, at a low cost to go out and try to make. I mean, I was suggesting this offseason when he was on the market that some team should go out and try to make a long-term move with him, like a 3-year. You basically only had to pay him backup money, and teams always do these 1 and 2 year deals. But the way that quarterbacks contracts are exploding, yes, if he hits, he's going to want to raise, but like you already have him under contract, and you know what I mean? Give him 3 years and 20 million or 25 million, give him 7 or 8 million a year, or give him 4 years. And then if you're right, you don't have to re-sign him. That's what Tennessee did with Tannehill. They were right. And then they had to give him a mega deal because Tannehill was this reclamation project that hit, but like lock him up for a few years at a below market starting deal, and then get yourself a rookie. Even if Mariota is not the guy, okay, he's a little bit of an overpaid backup, but your rookie's on a rookie deal. Your QB room team QB salary is still low, and you've got an overpaid backup. Mariota's been good enough to at least know that he's going to be worth that backup salary. But regardless, I do think it was smart of them to take a shot on him at a pretty low salary relative to most quarterbacks. Now they've brought in Ritter. Now they got 2 guys. You're going to, if either of them hit, one of them have to, obviously, they're going to have to get paid at some point. But they're not paying a lot of money to find out if one of these guys could be their quarterback 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now when they get better.
And we did a full show on these teams that have young upside QBs, don't owe them a lot of money. You can build a very impressive team around that. We've seen what happens when some of these positions blow up and sort of blow your salary cap up, make it more difficult to plan the team out. You have these 2 guys. You also mentioned that they're similar stylistically, right? And one of the things that happened with Mariota is that he would continue to get hurt. And that really kept him from unleashing some of the elements of his game that he needed because he was a mediocre passer. It's not like you're just going to throw these guys out there and say, don't worry about it. We don't care if you get hurt now. But there is less of that element. I think the Falcons can be very aggressive because if Mariota gets hurt, they can go to the guy that they want to see anyway. If they go with Ritter, they can go to Mariota. If something like, you can also run the same type of offense. Some of these teams that have a very mobile QB and then a statue, you're essentially doing 2 entirely different things. Makes it harder to practice, makes it harder to game plan. Again, the injury risk in that situation sort of resets your team. You're not looking for that element of it. So I think you have to love what the Falcons have done. The Falcons have had a very, very nice draft and a good offseason. I think that little by little, they're going to put together a team that's a lot of fun down there again in Atlanta. And just a little pitch here. If you're interested in some of these QBs, head on to the site. Connor's done some great work with the quarterbacks, referencing a lot of work that Travis May has had in the rookie guide. We're going to have volume 3 of the rookie guide out on Sunday. I believe we're having our rankings summit tomorrow evening. We'll have new mocks. We'll have new rankings. Make sure you get that. It's a lot of fun to do. We'll have super flex. We'll have regular dynasty formats. We'll have you covered from a variety of different angles there. We'll have obviously all of the new info on how to attack the QB position, but make sure you go and check out Connor's work from the last couple of weeks.
I believe the Texans traded up now that Ritter went. So we might have what we've been talking about, this dam breaking and quarterbacks going. I'm asking the chat here. I just wrote a comment in the chat asking if the Texans traded up. I just realized that I can make comments. I know Colin was making some earlier, but he, I believe, has probably went to sleep over there in Ireland. So if you see any of those coming up, those will probably be me. But they did trade up and they took a linebacker because What the fuck? An inside linebacker? I would have taken Howell there because he could have played. Or
I think you have to give the IDP folks some room as well. They also need picks for their drafts.
Let's talk about Jelani Woods, big athletic tight end from Virginia, has the athletic profile that can sometimes mean good things at tight end. Didn't have a lot of production. When I asked you about him, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't seem super stoked on him. But he's not quite as good of an athlete as some of the other guys. Like he's one of the better big athletes in this class, but he's not like an Alberto type size speed guy, I think is what you were sort of telling me. Doesn't have a lot of production, but he goes to the Colts. We know the Colts love their tight ends. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. You have to take a little bit of a risk on the athleticism. I think you mentioned that he does have that, the 4.61 40 at 253 pounds. So, not like a 270 and 4.5 kind of athlete, but a good athlete there. He is a little bit older. You're talking about someone who is 23 plus. I think that there probably is some floor and some upside, but this is probably not the style of player that I'm saying you've got to have him in every draft, like we were looking at with a Freiermuth, with these guys who sort of fall into this fun range. You have the great profile. I'd prefer to take the shot on a younger player or an even more sort of outstanding trait kind of player. I'm a little bit disappointed that Pat Skyy hasn't gone yet, if I'm tracking it correctly, because he would seem to have more potential immediate impact. But the flip side of that is that he could be that guy that you end up taking on every team early in the third round.
Definitely. Yeah, I'd love to see Dulcich off the board.
Was one of the three players that Travis May was telling people to look for this week. We moved that article back to the front page today, I think, so you can check out a little bit more about what Travis is thinking there. I always want to add in a tight end, but try and be selective with those tight ends too, because one of the things that I do tend to see is that there'll be teams that are taking the tight end shots, but taking them late, and then they have like 7 or 8 spots used in a 30 roster spot league at tight end when none of those guys are going to come through. That's really not the roster construction I'm looking for either.
Definitely. I'm trying to figure out where these QBs can go now, because it's like the only thing I'm concerned about at this point. And I mean, the Colts are up in a couple picks.
Detroit Lions at 97, Ben, is that?
They're probably going to get someone. I mean, the Giants at 81. I mean, if the Giants got Malik Willis at 81, that's insane. That would be insane. I was talking about them on night one, potentially taking him in the first round.
So are you out on? Well, one of the things I think it just would be fun to see Daniel Jones get a legitimate shot with a good coaching staff. We were talking about how Trubisky looked good in some limited action with that. I mean, is he completely out there? I mean, you've got someone who we see him break off the big runs from time to time. There is I don't know. Are these sort of extreme poor man's connections to Josh Allen completely and totally impossible?
I mean, the Josh Allen comp I was making was Malik Willis. Like, get Dable as a new guy that he can mold. I mean, maybe Daniel Jones, but I'm kind of over Daniel Jones. Well, we got a couple newcomers onto the stream. I was just trying to talk with. Well, there goes Dricko, but he'll be back. Pat Crane joins us. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
I'm melting down a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. The Seahawks are driving me insane.
I mean, let's talk about the Chiefs. Let's talk about Sean's Chiefs.
I had to apologize for the highlight takes yesterday, Pat. What about that?
Oh yeah. Are you excited?
Yeah, we started mentioning him immediately in the 106 range. Is that where you got him, or is that not optimistic enough?
I mean, I've got a 104 where it's already crossing my mind. I'll tell you what. When you're at the 103, I'm thinking about trading down. I'm gonna 103 and the 104 looks like a pretty nice trade down spot. Really, I mean, anywhere in the early part of the draft looks like a trade down spot if you can get someone to bite. Probably the best way to approach this rookie class is to try to not get like super hyped on any specific guys, because it does feel like it's like more flat than we're used to. But that's like my biggest weakness in the world. So I'll probably sit tight and take Skyy more at the 104 in some drafts.
So you're going to get hyped. You're going to load up. Were you one of the people tweeting back at Ben that he had forgotten to take James Cook in the first round?
I mean, James Cook's not going to be one of the guys that I'm getting super hyped about. I mean, James Cook's a fine player, but yeah. No, I think, I mean, the strength of this class has always been the depth at wide receiver. So, and I feel like that's mostly lived up. Like we feel good about the depth coming out of the draft so far. It's just David Bell needs to find a spot.
So we did a really quick first run, 1 QB, tight end premium, rookie mock. We went Burks because Sean talked me into Burks. It's all Sean's fault. Burks.
I mean, I don't know that it has to be 1 QB. I think it's just Burks.
Right. That's why we did 1 QB, to be clear. Burks. No, I mean, the whole first round, we didn't want to pick any QBs. Burks, Hall, London, Jamison Wilson at 104, Garrett Wilson 105, Skyy Moore 106, Olave 107. We brought in Kenneth Walker at 108. Then Watson, McBride, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Pickens. Didn't have Dotson in the first round. 9 receivers. Anything there? I mean, obviously, I read that very fast. I can tell you any if you want me to repeat any. But anything there like glaring to you that it feels like we're too high or too low on?
Walker's going to go higher than that.
Yeah, Sean was trying to take him higher.
He's going to go higher. Yeah, I mean, we're just like, it's going to be very annoying, but the narrative in like 4 days is going to be like, listen, it was nice. We had a nice run with Penny, but he's dead now. And we need to get over that. Kenneth Walker's a stud. This is his backfield. I'm not saying I believe this, but I'm just saying Walker's going to go higher.
Where would you put that? Like
about where you had it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think, like, to me, Walker, just the receiving, like, the Seattle stuff is it's terrible because this could be an absolute disaster of an offense. And then he's also dealing with a very talented teammate in Penny. And Penny's probably the guy they'll bring in on receiving downs. I mean, why would you bring in Walker? That's like the biggest question mark that everyone has on him. So I feel like he wanted a spot. Like, I think Tampa Bay would have been an amazing spot for Walker, where it's like, okay, Lenny's blocking him from dump-off passes in year 1, but then he might depart. And then they might see in year 2 what they have in Walker. Like, I don't know that he's going to have that journey in Seattle. Maybe the same. Maybe they don't bring Penny back, but I don't know. They've run committees and they don't tend to throw a lot to the back. It just doesn't excite me.
What did you think about
bumming you guys out?
I was going to ask about if Seattle was the. I mean, I think that he'll emerge as the pass catching back, but now in Seattle,
in 2025,
it's going to be one of the worst spots to have that emergence, right? So now you got the double question, and that part of it isn't ideal. I've been telling Ben that you can't ever get sad about having a star go to your team, but I mean, this isn't what the Seahawks needed. And you mentioned the narrative about Penny being dead. I mean, he's so good, that's really hard to imagine. And yet the injuries are not something that just because he had a good run magically vanish. And in looking at this, one of the things I was surprised about was just how, when a back is drafted like this, the guys basically are all dead. I mean, you look at the exceptions are like Mark Ingram, who is also the one guy who through the years would put up decent win rates in the dead zone. Now we're kind of moving into this situation where Aaron Jones also surviving with a good and a relatively early back drafted behind him. But it is rare that these guys survive when a team says they want another back.
Yeah, and I was actually surprised that Penny wasn't going a bit higher. He seemed like the type of guy in the really early best ball drafts where you would have seen a little bit more hype on. And he never really like captured people's imaginations. You know, it was like Chris Carson. And Chris Carson's still getting drafted. And I think people rightly just assumed that Seattle would not commit to him. So, you know, credit to the market on that. I was just surprised that Penny didn't get more hyped. And now I'm thinking, okay, well, if the market wasn't that excited about him before Walker got there, they're not going to be really excited about him at all now.
From a real football sense, how insanely stupid / how hilarious Seattle committing to the bit is this?
Well, I have to defend Seattle a little bit because Willis is still on the board. Like they
just passed on him again for another tackle.
Oh my. Okay. No, I tried to defend you, Seattle. I tried. I didn't know you had passed again.
Third round. They got back to the third round and had another shot.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like old man shakes fist at cloud or whatever. Like they're going out the way they want to go out. Yeah, this is like a Clint Eastwood movie. This is like Gran Torino. Yes, you know what I mean?
Yes,
this is Pete Carroll's Gran Torino moment. He's getting his Kenneth Walker. He's going in and he's gonna pull out his hand. Oh, it's not a gun, and then he gets shot, and he falls. This is spoilers for Gran Torino. He falls like this, very classic Jesus motif, Christ figure there. Anyway, that's what Pete Carroll's imagining when he drafted Kenneth Walker. He's going out on top.
I mean, that is a beautiful analogy. I got to tweet it out right now. That was fantastic. What do you think is up with these QBs, dude? Like, can you explain this? Like, this is surprising.
I mean, the NFL thinks they're bad.
Yeah, but they think. I mean, Drew Lock went in the second round a couple of years ago, or the third round. Jordan Love went late first when you had Aaron Rodgers under contract, and no one thought Jordan Love was like great. There was this understanding that the quarterback position matters. Last year we had Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, and Davis Mills all go right at the 2-3 turn within like 5 picks of each other before the point we're at in this year's draft in a class that had 5 first-round quarterbacks. That was the QB 6, 7, and 8. Does the NFL really think this class is worse than those dudes?
Yeah, that's the part that's surprising. I think specifically with Willis, it does feel like cowardice, where no one wants to take the swing. No one wants to even put him in a game, because they're, they know like just like how bad he could be. Because the floor, I've never argued that the floor is not really low on Willis. I'm pro Willis in the sense that I think the ceiling is very high. And I think like the types of things he can do are like very difficult to find. There's not many guys who can run around and throw a super accurate deep ball. He obviously takes a ton of sacks, doesn't throw the intermediate part of the field, all the reasons that he's still here. But like, I kind of get it. Well, do you know what the weird part is? Is that like, I totally get not taking Ritter. Ritter, I could see falling to like the 4th, and I wouldn't be like, oh my God, how could you let Ritter fall to the 4th? The guys who I think are the most interesting in this whole class are the 3 left. I think Pickett was the worst pick of the draft so far. I mean, if Baker Mayfield's available, I know like the rookie contract thing, you get Pickett, maybe the Steelers can win a Super Bowl while Pickett's on a rookie contract. They're definitely not going to, but maybe they think they will. But like, I don't know. I mean, if he was here, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't believe Kenny Pickett's here. This low ceiling quarterback available, like in a year where Jimmy Garoppolo's available for very cheap, Baker Mayfield's available cheap. Like that archetype is available. The archetype that's not available is like a Malik Willis who really shows any promise at all. Like Jalen Hurts isn't really available, right? Like if you call the Eagles and try to get Jalen Hurts, they're not that interested. You have to pay up. So, and I mean, I think Malik Willis' ceiling is quite a bit higher than Hurts. So it does feel a bit like cowardice to me with the Willis pick.
Where are you on Corral at this point?
Man, I don't know if the ceiling's high enough to justify like. I mean, let me I'm going to caveat it with what he's going to cost in rookie drafts. Like if he's going to be, because all the quarterbacks in Superflex have gotten a lot more expensive than they were a couple years ago. Like in the RotoViz Dynasty League, we got Herbert at the 108, I think, right? That wouldn't happen anymore. And Hurts went in a couple different Superflex leagues I'm in at like the 210, something like that. Maybe even like the 301. I don't think that's not happening like ever again, because we've just like seen in Superflex leagues. I think people have gotten a lot more comfortable with the idea of like, I'm just going to take the quarterback at a certain point. So if Corral's costing me like the 202 or something, I don't know if I'm interested. If he's back in that like Jordan Love range, the late second round, then yeah, I'm in. I think he's got enough talent to where that makes sense. But I don't know, this draft capital thing. I mean, he's got to be good. Like I hate when you're betting on a guy who has to be good.
Yeah, that does complicate it quite a bit. We've heard that Sam Howell is a developmental quarterback, and there are some teams where if he fell into this range would be pretty interested. And yet, we've kind of pushed back on that, saying, look, I mean, a year ago, he would have been a first-round pick when he was even younger. The fact that he was able to do some of those things at the age he was, I mean, his age and experience adjusted production is so much better than these guys that he is competing with. Most of the actual news about his performance during the draft process was very encouraging. The people liked the way that he conducted himself, that he had the big arm. We know that he's got the athleticism. He's willing to run. I mean, we're really at the point where those things don't seem to be red flags. People think that he was just absolutely awful last year with North Carolina, which that seems like a weird take too when you look at a variety of the advanced stats. We talk about Travis's metrics where he's adjusting for the jet motion or for the play action, and Howell still looks good. I guess I'm baffled by that one. I mean, is this a case too where perhaps Howell was never that high for NFL decision makers, that there was never a point where they liked him?
Before you said that, Sam points out as well, the craziest part is that Corral and Willis got invited to the draft live. He says, kind of sad for them, honestly. Why did the NFL lead them on? It's crazy. Howell wasn't, obviously, but just to add another bit of context there on what we're seeing, this is insane. They were there for there's only like, 16, 20 guys that go there?
Yeah, it's so weird. With the Howell stuff, like, I don't think the NFL was very high on him, like, ever. Like, it seemed like, well, I mean, our read on the quarterback stuff, at least my read, was way off, but it seemed like a week ago that it was going to be, we might get Ritter in the first. We definitely get Willis in the first. Corral would probably be like maybe around the 32nd pick, but he could fall to the second, and Howell was not going in the first. So this slide to me is like not as surprising for Howell, but I never got it. I mean, for all the reasons that you said, Sean, he's a little Willis-y in that he's got a really good deep ball. He's mobile. He's not, I don't think, as good a runner as Willis, but and I love the stuff like he loses 4 guys to the NFL and then he adds a new element to his game in terms of the rushing. And like, yeah, he's struggling a bit more as a passer, but he's making up for it with his legs to some degree. Like, that's awesome. That's like a guy that's like the type of quarterback who we're going to be rooting for at the NFL level. Like, that's a playmaker. And I don't get why the NFL is not into that. But like, the NFL's into Kenny Pickett and Desmond Ritter, who I think are the 2 least interesting quarterbacks of these 5. Desmond Ritter is like never grabbed my imagination. Like, I wanted to have him quarterback 5 this whole time, but I know that I read that the NFL liked him enough to where I couldn't do that. And now I'm like, am I going to have him quarterback 2? I don't want to do that.
Well, this is a situation where you have the first 2 quarterbacks that do go, their first 4 years in college, nothing that stands out. That doesn't necessarily mean that they won't be good in the NFL, but it's an odd direction to go with those picks.
It is.
So, Pat, on a much more enthusiastic /
your boy,
perhaps disappointing note at the same time for Albert O, tell us about Greg Dulcich and why he is going to immediately become the tight end one and probably the key piece of this offense for the Denver Broncos.
Greg Dulcich got targeted downfield. That's the key with him. And I don't actually know that it's going to affect Alberto like a ton if they run some 2 tight end sets. So maybe this allows them to play kind of like some play action power football stuff with Dulcich kind of in a Mark Andrews type of role. So you could have kind of the Hayden Hurst, Mark Andrews type of usage, or the Nick Boyle, Mark Andrews type of usage that we saw after that. Dulcich, the fact that he gets used downfield, might not sound that interesting, but we've seen that the tight ends who get used like down the seam, who can actually stretch the field a bit, those end up being the playmakers at the NFL level by and large. Like not every fantasy relevant tight end, of course, is going to be in that mold. We see our Dalton Schultzes, our Dawson Knoxes, like those types of guys, but Dallas Goedert, Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce before he got old, George Kittle, like those guys can actually, Darren Waller, obviously, they can stretch the seam. I think that's one of the key things to look for in a fantasy tight end. And a lot of these guys, it's no fun for the most part to draft tight ends because they like even the Cole Kmets who hit like great, he's a starter. Please give me anyone else. So I don't think he's going to be that guy. I don't think he's going to be Austin Hooper. I don't think he's going to be Hayden Hurst. I think he's either going to kind of not work out. Maybe he'll be Mike Gesicki, something like that, where it's like not that productive, but you still basically have a receiver on your hands. But I do think he has a ceiling. He was efficient, he was productive, and the way he's going to get used is going to be interesting. Plus, he gets to play with Russell Wilson now. So obviously targets are going to be hard to come by. But we're not, if he doesn't have a huge target share as a rookie, it's not a huge deal.
Where are you with his sort of athletic profile? Because some of those names that you mentioned, they do pop up as some of the closest comps in the Workout Explorer. You got Austin Hooper, you have Hayden Hurst, you have Dalton Schultz. He's a guy who ran a 4.7 at only 243 pounds. So that gives him a tight end freak score only in the 58th percentile. He does have a 71st percentile agility score, has an 82nd percentile explosion score. He's not one of these guys who's already 25 years old. Where are you on some of those elements of it? Obviously, we know the on-field stuff is the most important.
Yeah, he's not he's not a special athlete, but he's not bad. Like I have it as 4.69, 4.7, whatever. That's fine. I think that's totally fine for a tight end. It's not special. He's not a special athlete, but no real red flags. Like we saw, there's a Weidemeyer who had the 5.01 40, and then his jumps were atrocious. Like there you go. It's like, it doesn't matter what you do on the field. I'm so sorry. But with Dulcich, like he's a sufficient athlete. And if I was like doing a creative player and I'm starting with Mike Gesicki, I would dial down the athleticism for more college on-field production. Like to me, that's a trade-off that you make to a point. Past a certain threshold, the guy's not going to be able to cut it as an NFL receiver, but I think Dulcich is well above that threshold. And he's flashed as a college receiver. To me, like the thing with tight end is like you're asking a guy to basically be like an extra lineman and also run routes like a wide receiver at like 25 pounds heavier than the wide receiver. I mean, it's kind of insane, like what these guys are asked to do. So the guys who can actually do it are very special. They're kind of a rare breed. I'm looking for the guys who can be like one of the 5 guys in the league at any given point who can actually do that more than just kind of an Austin Hooper. I think he's got a chance to be that. It's always super hard to predict.
You're discounting the guys who are trying to do that and are sub nose tackle speed.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. You've got to do it and not run a 5.01.
So big picture here, and even going a little off draft, what are your thoughts with the Denver Broncos? Obviously, they get a little bit more crowded now, but they already had, the 3 receivers plus Hamler. Now they've got Melvin Gordon back there. This is going to be a team that scores, 40 points a game, and these guys can all get their pieces. Are they going to cannibalize each other, or are we going to see specific guys from this group emerge at the complete expense of other players in this unit?
I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see people emerge because you got a new quarterback. He's going to have connections with guys and we're not sure who they're going to be. One of them is probably going to be Tim Patrick, and it's going to be super tilting. It's probably not going to be KJ Hamler, even though that's who we want it to be. So it's like I would spread it out. I think like Russ Wilson stacks are a must. You have to do them. Don't worry if you don't get Judy. Don't worry if you don't get Judy and Sutton even. Like at this point, you can if Russ is available, just take him and figure it out later. There's so many ways to figure it out now. But yeah, I mean, I want some Sutton. I want some Judy. Those are probably the guys that it's toughest to see hitting together. Their talent levels are probably pretty similar. It just really comes down to like which one ends up meshing better with Russ Wilson and ADP cost and everything. But yeah, I want exposure to all the Broncos. Are you nervous at all about the pace of play? Because that's the thing that really concerns me a little bit with the coaches. Because obviously it's a pretty big coaching upgrade, but like Rodgers, is it Rodgers or is it Green Bay? Because they play so slow year in, year out. They're one of the slowest teams in terms of, seconds between plays, situation neutral pace, all of it. And that's like the last thing we need with all these targets or with all these pass catchers.
Because we would expect the Broncos to actually be in decent number of situations where they lead. And then, you're theoretically in even more control in terms of sort of sucking the life out of some of these drives. Yeah, I mean, that has always been very frustrating with the Packers. Do you think that the fact that the AFC West should be so dynamic, even with, Derek Carr and the Raiders should be dynamic, that we get shootouts that the Broncos have to keep up with? Or is it even more of an incentive to, get that lead and try and make the game as short as possible? Because if you're the weakest team, you really want the shortest game.
Right. Yeah, it would actually be kind of smart for them to slow those games down and to try to grind it out with the run game and stuff. But man, I hope they don't play it that way. I don't know. That's one of the things that would really just be such a bummer. But I mean, at a certain point, like, are they really going to be leading the Patrick Mahomes games and their Justin Herbert games? Probably not. So I'm optimistic that we'll see some shootouts. And like, also, I really hope that Russ Wilson has some say here. I can't imagine he's down for like, yeah, let's grind it out, Russ. let's establish it. It's like, what? No.
What he wanted all those years happens again.
Was he going to come in there and just tell Javonte, like, I don't even care if you like win and Melvin Gordon gets no touches. It's going to all be audibles.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter we re-sign Melvin because neither of you's ever touching the ball.
Ben's been all over these trades the Vikings are making within the division. Any chance that we can see the Denver Broncos be like, how we can really take advantage of that KJ Hamler pick is we can trade him to the Chiefs.
So who you would wave the magic wand to get traded to the Chiefs? Because it wouldn't be who I would.
Who are you going to add to this group here? I don't think Hamler is an overlap with Skyy and Juju. So
yeah, Visca's not either, but that's why I just want him to live. I just want him to go somewhere where he can have good quarterback play.
You guys fired up the highlights yesterday, and the first couple I was like, yeah, I can see why he failed with the Jaguars. And then as they kept rolling, I'm like, he's beating all those guys. He got behind them. Let's get him somewhere where there's a quarterback.
I know. Are you? What's your thoughts on Skyy Moore with Juju? Because Juju's holding down the slot, I would assume.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, and I think that having dynamic intermediate receivers is at least one of the key elements in teams overcoming some of the defensive evolution last year. And so I think there's going to be enough for both of those guys. I've been loading up on Juju. I made, it's not exactly a trade, but we have restricted free agency and all this. The kitchen sink leagues with Ryan McDowell are just unbelievably awesome. And I kind of got into a situation where I was daring him to match Juju in restricted free agency. And any league where you're daring your opponent to match Juju is a pretty fun one. But he called my bluff and did not match. So I now have Juju instead of like having the money to bid on Jameson Williams or Kenneth Walker. So we'll see how that plays out. But we have the situation here where Juju still, I don't know, Pat, I'm terrified that he's that he is done, and the Chiefs are like, yeah, I mean, this contract we signed you to is perfect for us. Now go out and prove it. Is it something where Skyy Moore can just go out and be the first 2 years of Juju, and they don't even need to worry about whether or not Smith-Schuster's healthy?
Well, the thing I like about Juju being there, I think this creates maybe a lower floor for Skyy Moore, because he's not going to fail as a pure slot receiver, I don't think. But my enthusiasm for him is partly based on the idea that he played on the outside a fair amount as well. And he's kind of a stockier guy. It's kind of like, the Stephon Diggs, the Antonio Brown thing, where you're like, maybe he can do everything. That's where it starts to get really
I was
exciting.
getting some Golden Tate comps, and I just had to say that again was, my highlight question. It's like Golden Tate is not the guy I want him to be.
Yeah, Golden Tate is the one he gets comped to.
Do you guys think it's going to be a case of where MVS and McCall Hardman are just manning the outside slot, and Skyy Moore and Juju are just in this gross competition for slot snaps?
No. Mecole Hardman's not keeping anyone off the field at this point.
Right, that's what I like. One of them has to move outside.
Mecole Hardman didn't keep Byron Pringle off the field. Did not keeping Skyy Moore off it.
They made that Tyreek Hill trade, and then immediately the Chiefs were describing Hardman as a completely different kind of receiver than he is, and like all of their press following that. It's like this isn't like 10 years ago. Everybody has the charting on how you've used your receivers.
The Titans
it's like
just traded up and drafted Malik Willis.
The Titans did?
Yes. We got that in the chat here, and I saw that it was a trade up. Also bringing on Connor O'Driscoll.
Connor, welcome to the show.
Has been doing some awesome work for RotoViz. What do we think about Malik Willis to the Titans? Connor, what do you think about it? Let's put you on the hot seat.
Okay, so we talked yesterday. Okay, none of these guys are going to see blockers. I do think Ryan Tannehill is a little bit of a blocker. Like, he's probably not top 10, but he's definitely good enough to like keep a third round rookie off the field. That's the bummer part. If I guess they did have that really rough end to the playoffs last year, where even though like Ryan Tannehill has been this like guy where like, oh yeah, you can get him cheap and you get production because everyone hates him, but he produces. And then he went to like, okay, like he just flat out sucks, and the Titans need to work on replacing him. If I guess one way of looking at it is, if the Titans aren't good next year, it could be a case of where, oh, well, maybe we do need to see what we have in Malik Willis. But I think that's probably more towards the end of the season rather than like, okay, week 1, they lose the game. Like, get him out of here. Where's that kind of
I just pulled up Tannehill's contract. He's 34. He is under contract for 4 more years. The last 2 are void years. If they cut him post June 1 after 2022, it would cost them about $9.6 million in dead money, but it would save him like $27 million. I'm not saying they're planning on cutting Ryan Tannehill after 2022, but it does seem like they actually have an out, and the contract does have these 2 void years after it. I didn't really realize because I know he just signed this extension, but he's 34. This is after his age, 34 season going into his age 35 season. If he isn't great this year, gets injured or something, that they actually could feasibly cut him, save quite a bit against the cap next offseason. And especially after 2023.
Yeah.
Right. He's got to be more tradable than Baker Mayfield.
Are out there. 3 first-round picks.
The Falcons are out there. They just get the cast-off Titans quarterback.
So
as Connor was explaining that, the first thing that jumped into my mind about the Titans not being good is, I mean, this is such a bad scenario because obviously Ryan Tannehill is decent, but also there's like no way the Titans can be bad enough that they would want to go somebody else because they have the Jaguars and the Texans in their division. I mean, you can't lose those games, right? So, I mean, they're into the playoffs. Maybe they're into the playoffs regardless of who they play. And Malik Willis actually gives him the higher ceiling. But one of the things too with Tannehill is that he did struggle in the second half of last season, but all of his guys were out. I mean, it's again a situation where you're trying to win the games. All you have to do is think back to the epic, I think it'd be week 16 game that Connor got from AJ Brown to go screaming into the FFPC finals. I mean, Ryan Tannehill's okay.
It makes me, and I didn't want to say this because I've been hoping Willis would pan out, but like, it does feel a little Jordan Lovey, where they're like, oh, we're setting ourselves up. In a couple years, we'll move on from this guy. It'll be 2 years, but then we'll probably move on from him. And then like after this year, they're like, listen, Ryan, we really don't want you to leave after the year. What can we do? We're so sorry we took Malik.
It's like that Twitter thread where it's like, you think you want to be out of here, you don't want to be out of here. Like they found out what else was out there. They're like, yeah, we still love you, Ryan.
It has that vibe. I really wish it didn't, but it does.
Can we still dream? We can still dream about Sam Howell, but
yeah.
I mean, I could dream about the Seahawks passing them up 3 more times to continue bolstering their offensive line. I mean, Jesus.
They're just going to have the most loaded offensive tackle group in the league.
I am at some point this season going to get assigned a Seattle Seahawks NFL football game to watch and cover and blurb. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Drew Lock, they need to take Howell. They need to.
Oh, yes, they do. They do. I need them too for my sanity.
But Connor, this doesn't hurt us that much, right? Because Malik Willis was not the guy we were targeting with our take all the rookie QBs late anyway. Malik Willis was too expensive. So we're still in the clear. That's got to be the silver lining.
Right. One of the part of the thesis was, hey, there is actually so many of these guys. You should spread your bets around. And I guess there's still bets out there that could hit. But it did feel like Willis was one of the better bets. But there's still definitely live ones out there.
Detroit Lions. They'll come back around here again at some point.
I think Pat, he's doing some blurbing for NBC, so I think he had to jump off probably. I'm going to guess to do a Malik Willis blurb. What else? The Seahawks don't pick until the 4th pick of the 4th round. I've been trying to just figure out how the Seahawks can get Sam at this point.
So, Ben, let me ask you this. Is this like your version of CH over Jonathan Taylor? Or is it worse?
No, I mean, I think the best answer to that would have been the Russ trade. Like, I just think the way that it's been
right.
Death by 1,000 cuts. So they've been really poor for a number of years. The playoff losses where they've completely failed to embrace any kind of forward thinking, just extremely run first and for so long, all of those things. And then not getting rid of Carroll and Schneider was a decision. And then the Russ trade. And now we're here and it's just like, can you make the best of a bad situation? Obviously you can't, but for Pat, for Sean, that's the CH thing is like the only thing that the Chiefs did wrong over the last like 5 years. So he's just spoiled and doesn't, understand what it's like.
Right. He doesn't have actual pain.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of Jonathan Taylor highlights. Connor, do you have
watched a lot of Jonathan Taylor highlights? Was a great reply.
Do you try to like put a little Photoshop Chiefs jersey on him as his runner?
Well, sometimes my dad watches all of these games. Obviously, huge Chiefs fans. He gets very upset anytime something doesn't go well, which in a football game, happens. So it's just a very normal fan experience. Those things don't bother me at all. But when I'm watching the Colts games, I will occasionally, and he doesn't even have access to this because he's just watching the Chiefs game, but I will text him that Jonathan Taylor has just had another 70-yard touchdown run, and he's not on the Chiefs. Connor, do you have a spot that you like David Bell to go here as we're looking at the 3rd round closing up?
Honestly, I'm gonna say I haven't thought about it.
David Bell was not part of my best ball pre-draft plan.
I
Jalen
guess
Tolbert.
David Bell.
Jalen Tolbert to the Cowboys.
Oh, all right, I got to jump off and do a video on that one.
All right. We'll see it.
Pat, you came back with the same shirt today for the videos.
I know. No, it's a different one. It's actually a long sleeve. It's light green or dark green, I guess. it's slightly off black.
It's very understated. People know that your priorities are in the right place.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, it's about function, you know. I don't got to be doing. I'm gonna be making mixed drinks and stuff with my cool button down.
All right, go do your Tolbert video. You got to do.
Right.
We'll see if you can make it back. Tolbert to the Cowboys, guys. They needed another receiver, and he's an interesting one. Sean, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I love this as a reality play. I like it for fantasy because I think it helps draw some coverage from CeeDee Lamb without taking a target share that knocks him down. I think we're going to see a huge season from CeeDee Lamb in year 3. You're talking about a guy who over the last 3 seasons, yeah, I mean, it's at South Alabama, but 19.3 yards per reception, 16.97, 18.0. You're talking about 3 consecutive years with touchdown shares over 40%, back-to-back seasons with market shares over 40%. I was mentioning the checking all the boxes earlier, and the last 2 guys that we were really waiting on were Jalen Tolbert and David Bell. We're talking about 6 boxes here. Yeah, he's smaller, the 4 years. We know that in a vacuum, he's likely to underperform his draft slot. But as you mentioned earlier, when Pat wasn't on, but Pat's tweet talking about how Skyy Moore, one of these rare small school guys who declares early, obviously the situation there with South Alabama, probably not going to put him in that position, especially with the pandemic last year. But you're talking about 123 all-purpose yards per game last year. Looking at final season market share, looking at career market share, I don't know. I mean, this is a guy where would you like him to be a little bit more athletic at 6'1", 194 pounds? Yeah, but that 4'4", 40 will work for him. And when we're talking about comps, I mean, somebody who kind of comes into play a little bit is Michael Gallup, and you're saying, okay, well, we don't necessarily want to have this replicated, but we've seen Gallup be successful within the context of that offense. I like that. This has been one of my guys. I've been drafting him late pre-draft and making some moves to get him onto some different teams. And then, you go and talk about the comps in the box score scout. Tylan Wallace, the number 1 there, he's still sort of a dream guy for us. But then Tyler Lockett, Emmanuel Sanders, Jamison Crowder. Yeah, I mean, these aren't guys who are necessarily top 10 fantasy wide receivers, but those are very useful players, especially when you think about Tyler Lockett. Would he have been a star without Russell Wilson throwing to him? We won't know, but he's good, right? You look at Jalen Tolbert, it's easy to see a situation where 5 years from now, we're saying, I mean, he's got Dak Prescott. We don't know what he would have been if he were in a weaker situation, but he's not. He's in this situation. So I think it's pretty exciting. He's an undervalued guy.
Does he immediately jump into that discussion we were having right after the end of the first round? I don't think it gets into the back end of the first round that we were talking about ahead of like George Pickens, but does he immediately jump in right there at the top of the second?
He does for me, right? I mean, Dotson is better than we've been portraying him, but I think the situation may even be worse. And so when you're contrasting those guys, I think it can be, I don't know. We know that draft slot anchors what you're talking about in terms of range of outcomes, but I think that everything else about this tells us that Dotson is going to come in toward the bottom of his, Tolbert going to come in toward the top of his, or at least has that chance. I like the upside, and if you're playing in that portion of your rookie draft, I think that's what
the haves and have-nots discussion we've been having about the types of offenses. He's in a have offense.
Very much so.
And they have just lost a bunch of receivers as well.
Right. Yeah.
He's better than James Washington, I think. Yeah.
And
I on this little reaction video I mentioned to me he looks a lot like Gallup. He's kind of this productive, very efficient yards per route run like Gallup was. 4-year guy. He's a 5-year guy, but not an early declare. And but still, like, there are guys who we continue to like after they spend 3 years in college, and they're the very productive ones, and he's one of those. So he does seem like a bit like Gallup, and he was a downfield threat. I think he's kind of a great fit for like that Gallup X role. Not a huge target share in that role, but a pretty important part of the offense. And then when Gallup gets back, maybe they kick him over to the other side of the field, because I feel like Lamb is best in the slot. So, from a real life deployment perspective, I think Tolbert just makes a lot of sense for them. I have him as kind of a late second round pick. That's how he grades out for me. But I also have Dotson as a late second round pick. So I'll probably be looking to take Tolbert ahead of Dotson, but Dotson will probably be gone.
Connor, is James Washington somebody you were taking in round 19 and 20 of early best ball leagues? Did you want to get some exposure to that player? I thought Washington was overvalued coming out, but then I thought he probably didn't get a fair shake with the Steelers, and now you have this potential upside situation with the Cowboys. Did that appeal to you at all? Does it knock him down, or he was more or less off your radar?
When you're talking about that kind of round, you are really just taking dart throws. It's just something where you're trying to pick somebody who has some kind of upside who you don't think other people are picking. And so if it does work out, like, you get to the playoffs and maybe you're one of 3 teams that has him. And I guess I was to some degree I was kind of prioritizing younger guys, but it wasn't something where I was like, oh, okay, I could just never pick that guy, because he does play for Cowboys. They did lose the receivers. He does have some speed, but I guess maybe this was just me being wrong, but I was kind of like, I was actually chasing some kind of rookies, like you asked David Bell, where I'm just taking a shot.
We got a White to the Bucks. Is this Rachaad White going to Tampa in the 3rd? We have not had a running back in the 3rd. He'd be coming off the board at RB4.
He got drafted.
We wanted day 2 out of Rachaad White.
Sean, you lied to me, man. Well, you just wanted this moment for me?
Yes,
you wanted this
exactly.
pure joy?
Exactly.
Right,
I felt like if we projected him in round 3, then we're screwed. But this is perfect.
You do.
Pat, you look like you're ready to go make some videos for maybe a less savory site.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to publish this one.
This is confirmed? I'm seeing a yes here.
I haven't seen it.
All I had was Drummer in the Box writing White to Bucks ? I didn't know if he was just kind of predicting it.
That would be the ultimate rug pull.
It would. I'm going to be a little bit mad, Drummer in the Box.
Confirmed from Sam Sherman. We got Rachaad White. Back it up, Lenny. Yes, we get a fade Lenny again.
Let's fade Lenny.
Yes. Let's go.
Dump off Lenny. Yeah, let's send someone who's actually dynamic in the passing game. Oh no, I don't know if you're going to be able to handle that.
Beautiful.
Somebody that Tom Brady doesn't have to tell the play to.
We got Blair in the chat, and he says the Bucks made such good use of Geo. Why not draft another one? White's not Geo though. He's a bigger Geo.
Yeah, he's a little bit better than Geo at this stage of his career. Young Geo, maybe he's a young Geo.
Pat, what about the first play from scrimmage though? He's out there. He runs this perfect screen pass, and Tom Brady intentionally spikes it at his feet, and then he goes back to the sideline. It's like, are we done one play in?
Is he already in
this? Don't bring the guy out
here.
You ran the wrong damn route.
Listen,
no,
man.
I mean, I'm convinced. I'm gonna go to my deathbed that Ronald Jones was running those routes to the right depth.
I have an incredibly high tolerance for drafting people that Tom Brady hates. So I'm not gonna have any issues wading into these waters.
Blair's comments on that are, I love White. I just know the Bucks will ruin him, and you should know better, Pat, which is fantastic. I mean, we have done this with Rojo. I'm ready to get hurt again. I'm ready.
It was pretty profitable one of those seasons. It
Yeah.
was the 2020 season was pretty good. So we'll get one of the 4. We'll have one. We'll have a 25% hit rate on these seasons. I don't know. I mean, the draft capital is the thing I'm most excited about. Like the Bucs could be a disaster in a year. Like they clearly have no succession plan for Brady, but this could be Rachaad White's backfield next year if Brady's gone, and they probably gonna have like, I don't know, Jimmy Garoppolo or Sam Darnold. They'll try Sam Darnold out. This is the last stop. It'll be disgusting. But the draft capital is the thing. Like, I was worried he was going to be a 6th round pick or something. This is a big deal.
This is huge. So
they
Rachaad
get
White
on the field.
Rachaad White over James Cook. Rachaad White over Kenneth Walker.
I mean, I really want to do it, but
Can we get there?
We can get there by taking Rachaad White at like the 201 and like never taking Kenneth Walker at the 104, and we'll just have full exposure. And we don't have to do the hot take, but we'll just quietly have bags packed of one and not the other.
I love it.
All right, I got to jump, guys, but this is fun.
Right,
I can't believe I could see Rachaad White get drafted the 3rd round with you guys.
Yes.
What
Thanks,
a
man.
dream.
That was awesome.
See, Pat. In answer to your question, I was actually after you'd asked about David Bell, you know who I'd actually love to see draft him would be Green Bay, because I guess when you get these better quarterbacks, they do seem to prioritize some kind of mental connection, and like where when you're playing football, you don't want to have to be thinking about what you do when you do it. It's supposed to be instinctive. And when they build these kind of chemistries and oh, I know that this guy's going to do that and you're going to do that. And maybe Bell, as somebody who doesn't profile or he's not this elite NFL athlete, but is highly productive and probably does understand the mental side of the game, would have to understand the mental side of the game to get there. Maybe that could be a situation where he can use that particularly well.
I like that a lot. And it actually made me think of Jarvis Landry as well. As while you're saying that, it might be a good fit in Green Bay. But I do want to keep talking about White for a few minutes because this is our first big, to me it feels
value
like
jump,
big positive value jump. Exactly, Sean. He's got to be over James Cook for you, right? Or am I jumping the gun? We got historical anomalies in the chat here saying I like White, but wonder if they keep Fournette in for 3rd downs for pass blocking. Almost certainly will, but if White can earn the number 2 job in that offense, then you have a very high upside handcuff, like one of the best handcuffs in fantasy football. If Fournette gets injured, you have this opportunity for something huge.
It is generally a split backfield. Like even last year, Fournette was 50, 60%. And
he got to be sort of the guy for a while. He had some snap shares definitely up over 80% at times. But and I would suspect that would stick with a rookie along with him in the backfield. But Sean, how high do you get on White here? I want to pin you down on this.
Well, I'm just blown away by these highlights again. I mean, you watch White and all of that tested athleticism just burst through the screen. Love having my 82-incher over there for the Rachaad White highlights. You need the full experience. I don't know. The thing for me here is that the Buccaneers were so resilient in playing Leonard Fournette in the face of the fact that he limits the explosiveness of their offense. And so that part is frustrating. We know that part of it is Ronald Jones and not doing exactly what they wanted. We'll see how that plays out with the Kansas City Chiefs. But you can really dream. I mean, Fournette is just, he's one of those pure 3-down backs though, right? Where he does everything in a below average fashion. But that in and of itself actually is a little bit of a weapon. If you can go out there and play all of the downs. And he doesn't have to come off. You're not telegraphing anything that the defense can see. Obviously, his quarterback likes him as much as he liked peak Rob Gronkowski when they had that going. When we were kind of talking, we were setting up the show tonight, which at this point is almost 4 hours ago. It's been a fun, fast 4 hours, except for those moments where Ben has been frustrated by the quarterbacks. But 21 teams, I said, had some kind of role for a back, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were not one of them. So there's a good news, bad news situation here, in that, we were hearing these whispers that the NFL had Rachaad White, where they evidently have these quarterbacks where he could be outside like the top 15 backs. And you look at what he did last year and you look at his athleticism and you're like, well, I don't understand, but I've seen things like that happen before. Kind of as that's happening, we have another back here that
a bunch of stuff going on. So we have
Matt Carroll went to Carolina.
The Niners, and then we got Carroll to the Panthers. Did DJ Moore just get a quarterback?
I don't know, Ben. I've heard that he is too quick with getting the ball out. Is that something that you're worried about after seeing these guys?
Howell was in their backyard. He plays in North Carolina. You don't take Howell?
Carroll, Carroll probably could fit in the category of, hey, he's playing on an Ole Miss team that is I know I said Ole Miss.
I like it. I'm gonna change it to that. That's a good
he's playing on this team that doesn't have SEC talent, that is playing in the SEC, and he is having to compensate for a lot. Like, I guess he did have Elijah Moore until last year, but then last year he had to play without him. And you look at some of the receivers that he was throwing to, and he's still he's still in the stuff that Travis calculated in the adjusted in the yards per attempt stuff that he does. He was still well over 80th percentile doing that with guys that basically don't belong in the SEC. And also accounting for 20% of the rushing yards. I guess I guess all of these quarterbacks have slided, and so it definitely feels harder to feel good. You can't feel anything good about the draft capital, but he is still someone where you can, I guess, hold out a candle that maybe he can beat Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold is not Ryan Tannehill, and you've got DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey.
So they went and traded pick 137 to get up to 94. So they got up about 43 picks. To make that happen, they gave up a 2023 third as well. So a reasonably aggressive trade up. I mean, I think that's a trade down the Patriots are very happy with at this point. I think when you make that trade up, when you're the Panthers, who have not had a lot of picks yet this draft, you're kind of saying,
this was the guy we wanted.
Yeah, I mean, the draft capital is not ideal. Have the Panthers even picked? I'm trying to go back through. They have not. Do they have no picks till now? Did they just have a first-round pick? I haven't seen a single other pick from them. Oh, they had the 6th overall pick they took, an offensive tackle. This is their second pick of the draft, if I'm not mistaken. And someone can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. So they have been sitting back and watching all these quarterbacks fall, and finally got a deal done to move up and gave up a third or fourth to get into the third to make this pick happen. I mean, that's pretty aggressive. I think it
just when I thought I was out, you pulled me back in.
Yeah. And this is one of the situations where I think it moves into kind of that, not necessarily 1-2 edge in Superflex, but definitely solidly into the second round. And you also have that dynamic where the Panthers were sort of up front, and that they didn't necessarily think some of the veteran options were really upgrades on Sam Darnold. Maybe they think Matt Corral is. And again, I think once you get him in practice, I mean, Corral will have to be pretty bad to not beat out Sam Darnold, because the coaching staff has seen that story before. I mean, they were willing to go with Cam Newton, right? And so the Tennessee thing still stings, because as Connor mentioned, you did actually get a guy blocked, but we have more spots still available where players really aren't blocked, and we'll see if they end up there.
And that was indeed the Panthers' second pick. Their first pick since 6th overall. They've not made any other picks.
And was a big trade up.
Was a pretty big trade up. I think that's That's a pretty interesting piece of information, but I am bummed that it wasn't for Howell. They came up and got Corral. So a lot happened. What about Tyrion Davis-Price? It's not even a name that I've seen a lot. I don't think a lot of people expected day 2 draft capital out of him. Certainly wasn't there from what I saw in a lot of the like grinding the mock stuff, unless I'm just forgetting his name. Sean, what's the deal with him?
Well, you mentioned grinding the mocks, and he was a late riser. So I think that we must have gotten a little bit of info that he was potentially going to the jump, right? You have this situation with him where it's a plus athlete kind of situation. And we know that the teams really want speed in these backs. And so that part of it, I think, is a little bit more understandable. I don't know. You think, and
from a caveman standpoint, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. From a caveman standpoint of view, the 49ers have taken a running back in the 3rd round. How much can we overthink it? Like, if he's, it depends on how much he
with regards
costs.
to like Elijah Mitchell.
Right. I mean, just any running back. Like, at times the San Francisco backfield just feels like a ran function.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like,
I thought you were saying how much do we overthink? Yeah. Sorry. No, I hear what you're saying. So like we should just trust to draft this guy, basically.
right. I'm not sure where he kind of settles cost because you've got this contrast between kind of everybody knows that the San Francisco backfield is just kind of crazy, but at the same time you do see these guys year after year, if they're kind of penciled in as RB4 or RB3, they're just forgotten about. So it does feel like if you can get him fairly reasonably cheap, like you can definitely see him just randomly getting on the field, beating out Trey Sermon, and just playing somewhat well.
This feels to me like what the Texans used to always do, where they would take whoever the player was sitting out there on LSU, whether or not they had played any college football whatsoever. So I don't know. This part of it is frustrating, I think, for the backs who maybe deserved a little bit more to go in this range, right? But I mean, you're talking about 1,000-yard season in the final campaign, and again, we have a guy with a decent size speed profile. And so the 49ers are looking at that fit within the scheme. As Connor mentioned, you know, if that's going to be the landing spot, you have to consider it. I guess I don't feel that comfortable giving him a big vault just because he's drafted early. We're sort of outside the range that I would default to that. But it does maybe give us another point of information about the rest of the backs in this class, including the backs who got a little trendier in the last couple of weeks, that none of those names were who went here.
It sounds like the chat's saying the Colts, the Lions, maybe Washington have all traded up. I'm not sure. Now we're at that point where Howell is the last one left.
Lions, gotta be right.
That would be fantastic. The Colts are now on the clock. Lions and Washington. Oh, I'm sorry. They're not all. They're coming up in the draft. They didn't all move up. I'm reading this wrong.
I've been looking at this. So they're the chat's referring to pick 97, right, for the Lions, which would be the one that we're about to get to. I've been dreaming about this one. I didn't think that he could make it, but
yeah, the Colts are on the clock at 96. They traded up, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Lions are behind them. They took a safety. So the Lions are now on the clock at 97. This could be the pick. we're going to bring in Sam Sherman, who was on the ship chasing stream last night as well and had some fun insights for us.
Hey, how's it going,
how's it
guys?
going?
I'm doing well. Yeah, interested to see last couple chances here for Howell to get that day 2 capital. So I hope he gets it, but I don't know. I don't know how many chances we have left here. So
Where are you on these rookie QBs? And would you? I mean, we sort of have a split between the main three, right? Ritter, Corral, going to spots where you can dream a little bit. Do you think Willis is buried with the Titans?
it feels a little bit to me like maybe a comp is the Jalen Hurts situation with Carson Wentz. Obviously, that was a bit different. Wentz was younger, sort of seen as more of a long-term franchise QB. But yeah, I see it as a situation where Tannehill's sort of middle of the pack in terms of NFL QBs. I think a bad year from Tannehill, and all of a sudden we're talking about Willis having a chance the following year. But yeah, it's just he suddenly needs a lot of things to go right. And before the draft, we were thinking he's going to get that locked-in first-round capital, which, insulates his value a lot more in Superflex. Now it feels it could go one way or the other. You could lose a lot if you invest a high pick in him. So I don't have a firm take on it right now, but that's how I'm sort of looking at it.
Sort of looking behind or beyond even the specifics, do you have a way that you like to play Superflex rookie drafts?
Honestly, I don't have a ton of experience in Dynasty and Superflex. I've more so been like a best ball and redraft player. I do, in the few leagues that I do play, I have opted for investing heavily at QB just for the trade value. This year though, since I've been playing, I haven't I haven't played where, we're talking about a year where only one quarterback got first round draft capital. That's kind of an anomaly over the past several years. So I think you're going to have to come up with if you're someone who loves to hammer QBs like in the first round of Superflex, you need a different strategy this year. I don't think that's going to be the way to play it. So
the Lions took a safety, Sean, breaking your heart.
Well, the
That's tough.
Lions hat is a little more beat up, so I won't have to find it in the garage or wherever. But that is disappointing. So close.
So we
close.
have
And not great news for Sam Howell. I mean, Howell was a popular mock to the Lions with the last pick or at the end of the first round there. So
right.
Yeah.
we find that one
Pass
wasn't
him.
particularly close.
Yeah.
So we got Washington still. I guess
That's about
they
it.
could be in play, and that looks like about.
Or the
About
Jets.
it.
I mean, if the Jets did do what Sean was suggesting, the Josh Rosen play, get another quarterback, see what happens, sort of thing. I would love that for them.
Yeah.
If they went and got Howell in the third round and back up Zach Wilson, that'd be a huge move. But Washington is on the clock.
I guess at this point, like unexpected teams could be in play, right? Like the Vikings took
They're so
Kellen
cheap.
Mond in the third round. The Bucks took Kyle Trask in the second. Like at this point, teams could be looking for a backup quarterback. So it's not a huge.
Yeah, but that's not fun.
I know it's not fun. Yeah.
As I'm looking at this, unless there's been a recent trade that's changed it, the Dolphins still have a pick coming. And they're a team that has done some interesting things to build their offense. Would there be any chance that they're looking at Howell and saying, look, this guy is a better fit arm strength wise with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle than Tua is?
Love it. It's their first pick of the draft. They have not picked yet. They could be in Houston Texans territory where Houston last year took Davis Mills with their first pick. I mean, maybe they're sitting back going, we did not expect one of these quarterbacks to be here. That'd be kind of awesome if they took him.
That is the kind of like the analytical darling strategy for quarterback, that if you don't have this established guy that you're just happy to roll with for the next 5-10 years, just take one. Like, if there's any doubt at all, just take one and take a dart year after year after year after year until you find one.
Washington takes Brian Robinson Jr., the Alabama back.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they did get J.D. McKissick back. Not great news for your boy Jarrett Patterson, Sean.
No, I forced myself to not select him because it felt like Washington had made clear that regardless of what happened with McKissick, that they wanted another big back. And that's one of the reasons why I haven't been in on Antonio Gibson either. It's just that I like him. I like the profile. I think the fact that he did some receiving in college has been something that boosted the receiving part of his profile above probably where it deserved. But as an early down back, few are more explosive in the NFL, and he did it within the context of offensive situations that probably weren't that great. But I mean, they've said we're going to try and run the ball, and you need a bunch of backs. It's unfortunate. Brian Robinson, somebody that, we have heard some rumors that teams really like him. Year after year, backs come out this sort of size, athleticism profile from Alabama and go very early. Robinson, one of the least productive of all of those guys, especially when you adjust for age and experience. And yet there are individual plays within the last couple seasons where he's looked better than one of the things that was always a little bit frustrating with the kind of Josh Jacobs, Damian Harris, Najee Harris situation was you'd watch those guys individually and you'd think, if there's not a 10-yard hole open in the middle of the field, none of these guys actually look great. But Brian Robinson looks pretty decent. Now, there's not a lot evidence-based that would suggest that take is correct. But what are we getting?
Bell to the Browns.
I was going to actually say that because that's a team that I had on the desperation list wide receiver wise. And when you guys were talking Jarvis Landry, I mean, he's our Jarvis Landry comp.
He's the new Jarvis Landry.
Yeah. I feel like that's the most common comp I've heard from him. So that's really interesting.
Let's go Keenan Allen. Let's take it up a notch.
Yeah.
So the Browns have the new Keenan Allen.
Day 2 capital. He sneaks in here. He's got to be in that early second discussion from what we were talking about a little bit ago.
We took him 202. So this makes
you
it
did take him 202.
Not so ludicrous.
You were already on it. And he's got room in that offense to come in and earn targets early, which is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, he could play like a big slot role from early on, I would think. I mean, I guess it would be Cooper, DPJ, and him in 3 wide receiver sets, potentially. That's interesting.
The Workout Explorer has, when we talk about David Bell, not athletic enough to play in the NFL, but one of his top athletic comps is Anquan Bolden, who did play in the NFL and was pretty decent as a rookie. Sam, are you going to give Anquan Bolden 2022 is David Bell?
I'll leave that hot take for you, Sean. But yeah, why not? Maybe Anquan Bolden, but
is he someone you've been drafting in early drafts?
I have been targeting Bell last couple rounds. That's the type of pick I've been looking at. I think my perspective on the early drafts is that the top rookies have actually been pricier than I think we're used to in previous years, especially this time of year. But the sort of day 2 Watson, Pierce, Bell, these types of guys, not saying those are all my favorite targets, but those guys are still really cheap. So I've been throwing darts at those guys at the end of drafts.
Yeah, that's looking really good. Now, Connor, a slightly different question, and feel free to answer on David Bell if you prefer. I've been pretty skeptical about Amari Cooper, even with not a lot of competition. Is Cooper someone that you've been drafting, and do you think he is still good enough to really be any problem at all for Bell when we talk about target share?
So for Cooper, I just haven't targeted him at all. I think that he had kind of a really bad year last year relative to expectations. Other than he started off real hot, but then you had this end of the year where the Cowboys really tried to make this guy the feature of their passing game, and the owners and executives came away shaking their head like, what is going on here? Like this is not what we're looking for here. And I remember Michael Hitchcock, he wrote this really great article of how like different things like his yard after the catch numbers like decline ridiculously so. And I guess we know that when somebody hits the kind of like age cliff, like that's it. Like it's not like, it's a lot of the time it can be quite dramatic. And so at like a 5th, 6th round, I don't even have to think about that. Like in best ball, I'm just never going to take him. I think for Bell, the Browns are probably one of the best possible landing spots he could have gone to. Just because, like you said, they just really, really need a receiver. And for somebody like Bell, who's going to be more or less probably undervalued because the athletic testing isn't what you want, and the NFL kind of like overvalues that. For someone like that, being able to get on the field and get an opportunity to prove that, hey, I like this, despite these testing numbers, I can play. Like I'm gonna put up these numbers. Like to me, that's kind of like one of the best kind of situations that he could have landed in.
Ben, you think he's going to rise here? This is an interesting one because ADP could be tricky. I mean, I don't think that there are necessarily a lot of David Bell skeptics for sure that are going to look at pick 99 to a team where we don't know what the quarterback play will be like and say, oh, now we've got to start targeting him. But maybe you don't need that because the David Bell fans will push up the ADP by themselves.
Yeah, speaking of RotoViz's Curtis Patrick, I know he's a huge David Bell fan and also a Browns fan. He's got to be doing backflips about this landing spot. So shout out to him. We had a trade in a pre-draft rookie draft where he came up to get Bell. I think Bell has to rise here. I mean, I think he was already a little bit underrated. We know he has the exact type of profile that overperforms draft capital, and now he gets day 2 draft capital. He's the productive player. Everyone wants to talk about the athleticism. Everything we know tells us that the athleticism doesn't matter. He's an early declare. He's a huge producer in his 3 years. And now he goes to a team that, number one, has been a little bit more analytically focused from their front office. A lot of the things they've done obviously go back even to when they brought in Landry, but a lot of the different moves they've made. And I think they seem to understand that his profile plays up at wide receiver. And they made a point to get him here in a spot where, I mean, I don't know if he was the best receiver on a lot of people's board necessarily, a lot of the film watchers boards, but they made sure they got him, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I mean, we see guys like him fall into day 3 and still have a shot because of his profile. I mean, it's not great, but still have a shot. But for him to sneak in here in day 2, I mean, I'm excited about it. I like that you were saying even before he went to the Browns that he could be still in this 202 discussion. I don't know, man. I want to start talking about him even a little higher than that now.
See, and what are some of your takeaways from day 2 here? You came on just after we had all the Rachaad White fireworks. Alec Pierce, someone who I think can get boxed out by some of those other guys and doesn't have the production profile, but you mentioned that you're taking him in some early drafts, obviously athletic, and now goes to a spot where, I mean, he could have a pretty legitimate target share right away. What are some of the biggest headlines for you based on how you're putting your teams together?
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway, and I think you guys have talked about it a lot, is the quarterbacks, and we don't have to dive into that again. But I think I was someone who was in Superflex, especially the Superflex best ball. I was taking stabs on a bunch of these rookie quarterbacks late, thinking that, hey, Mariota, Trubisky, Goff, all these mediocre quarterbacks have jobs. Like, these guys have to be replaced, right? And that still could come true, but I'm less confident in that now. So I think I'm making that less a part of my strategy. And then, yeah, I think like high level, excited with the draft capital. A lot of the sort of guys we were uncertain about got. So Rashad White and David Bell being probably the two biggest names there. I think both those guys have awesome analytical profiles, but there was a ton of risk baked into their ADPs because of draft capital. And I think those guys are probably two of the biggest risers after today for me. Yeah.
Were you
I'm
on
seeing-
Justin?
Oh.
Go ahead, Ben.
Well, we have Jeremy Ruckert to the Jets, who brought in Uzama and Conklin this offseason, right? So now they have 17 tight ends. I mean, they're very deep at every skill position at this point. They're just adding as much firepower as they can. I'm also seeing that the Colts have traded back up. That might be a Howell landing spot.
Interesting.
It could be another receiver. I'm still sitting here hoping we see Justin Ross's name before the end of this third round. But, yeah.
Do you guys have another running back? Any of you guys who you're hoping comes off the board here in the next couple of picks, like between Pierce or Algier? Or I don't have a strong take on who's sort of the next best from that tier.
I think it's Isaiah Spiller probably, right, Sean?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, Spiller, in some ways, we're already getting some answers on due to the fact that he's fallen through a couple of these names. I was hoping that maybe the next surprise name would be Pierre Strong.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been excited about him. Okay, no. All right. Yeah, he's the sixth best available on ESPN right now. Yeah, would love to see him come
Just
in
among
here.
running backs, right?
Yeah, just on running backs. Yeah. Howell's the best overall available and has been for a while now. We're just sitting here waiting on Howell. The best available is a quarterback. What is happening? Like, don't these teams care?
It's crazy. Like, maybe a bit of it is sort of the game theory aspect where there's so few teams that need quarterbacks that they're thinking, hey, like we can just wait it out because maybe there's four of these guys that are all sort of in the same tier and we can just wait it out. But I don't know. That's not how we've seen previous drafts go. Like we talked about Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, these type of guys going to second round last year. It's bizarre. I don't have an explanation for it.
And just
And
to
Howell
update-
is the last guy now, right?
He is. I saw an old tweet on the Colts. That was their trade up to 96. They already took a safety. So that was my bad.
That's what
On David Bell. So just from the RotoViz FFPC's dashboard, and this isn't the same as tournaments, but in classics, his ADP was 305. He's got to be going higher than that now.
Oh yeah.
He's someone that I really liked, but I wanted to see where he would go before I loaded up because I felt like there are a lot of players where you think the risk is perfect. They have to rise, or you're okay with the fact that they may fall because if they rise so much. For me, David Bell was someone that I expected to rise, but rise mildly enough or moderately enough that I could go ahead and load up post-draft. I'm hoping that will still be the case there. Justin Ross, Pierre Strong. So we did our show last week where we had the two running backs, the two wide receivers we really wanted to see get picked on day two. We've hit on half of them we have not hit on. Connor, do you have a back that you were selecting among rookies late where your exposure is really high? You'd be ecstatic if you went either relatively soon or went to the perfect spot.
As much as possible, I was really just trying to take just dark throws around it, and it felt like this kind of really big tier of guys who did have some positive points, and if they get on the field, like you can feel good about them producing, but just this huge like range of uncertainty. So I just didn't want to load up too much. Having said that, Tolbert Algier going here would be pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a good name. Sam, do you have a guy like that, or do you have Justin Ross takes for us?
I think in terms of running backs, on Underdog, I was clicking the Brian Robinson button a lot in the last round.
That's good. Yeah.
Not particularly because I was like sold on him as a prospect. I just thought he's an Alabama running back. Some NFL team's going to see Alabama on his helmet and say, we'll take this guy in the second or third round, and he could fall into 100, 200 carries. He's got sort of the big body, the size that could do that. So that was one player for me. So I'm happy to see him go day 3 or day 2, I guess, but I don't love the landing spot. And then, yeah, Justin Ross, I think I can't say anything that you guys haven't already said. I think that the freshman breakout profile is so exciting, but I don't know. It's getting scary here the farther we go. It seems like
if you've listened to Ceiling Signals at all, you are very excited about Justin Ross.
Yeah.
But the concern is that the teams aren't buying the medicals, right? And that's what I feel like we're getting now at this point. We have 2 picks left in the third round. 2 linebackers went. We are on to the Rams and the 49ers. Don't really seem like huge wide receiver landing spots. I'm not even sure that they seem like huge offensive player spots. I don't know about what you guys think, but we're getting towards the end. If you haven't yet, go over to YouTube, click subscribe on the RotoViz channel. And we are also going to be back tomorrow because Sean's making me do this for a 3rd straight day for like, I don't know how many more hours. I think both of you guys are thinking about joining us. We're going to have a lot more guests, I think, so that I don't get those comments that I'm a bad friend for not listening to Sean because I can't do 15 hours of streaming 3 days in a row and keep my concentration. We're going to need some additional help tomorrow.
Ben has, from the very beginning, said that he wanted to do every minute of this. And I'm like, Saturday. Saturday we're going to be tired, right? It's like, no. Sunday you can be tired. Saturday you're going to be good to go again. We talked about dead on the side of the road. It turns out I said it was just going to be because of exhaustion, but it turns out Ben did have himself quite a Thursday night. But, Connor knows Ireland is on a different time. And tomorrow will be our first chance to do sort of the co-broadcast with Colin Kelly. And we get Stealing Bananas and RotoViz overtime together.
Nice.
So we got Danny Gray to the 49ers. Any takes? I'm just mad that it wasn't Justin Ross.
I saw his name on Twitter about a week ago, and I didn't know who he was until someone was like, "Oh, Danny Gray is getting some day 2 buzz." So that's the only take I have.
We got 4.33 40-yard dash. I'm seeing
he's 23.
He's a 23-year-old fast guy. Cool, another old fast receiver.
Well, at least they got him at the end of the 3rd rather than the start of the 2nd.
Yeah.
Ben, you say that, but the number 1 athletic comp, Will Fuller. The number 2 athletic comp, Quez Watkins.
Woo!
I mean, we were still buying Quez right up until yesterday, right?
I'm still buying him today. What are you talking about?
That's what I like to hear.
Never giving up on Quez. He can play in 3 receiver sets. All right, so that's it for round 3. Tomorrow we are kicking off with the Bucks, the Texans, the Browns. The Seahawks will get a pick again. They're 4th. If they pass on Sam Howell at 4:04, tomorrow's stream.
I think you need a new team.
I'm gonna start throwing stuff.
Ben, I think you need a new team if they pass.
I think I do too. I'm just trying to figure out where Justin Ross can go early in the 4th round. That makes sense. But guys, this was a lot of fun. Do we have any final thoughts? What were the biggest takeaways from today?
I did have one thing about Justin Ross. Just obviously, so you do get fears that they're not buying the medical and he just doesn't get drafted at all. But if he does get drafted by a team and he does have all that talent, and then he just goes out and proves it in training camp, there's questions now about his back, and then he just proves it beyond a reasonable doubt in training camp, that could still be a hit.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm already like, when do the Bears pick again? Because I want him with Justin Fields. That's the team that I think has the biggest need, because they went and took Felix Jones, but they don't even pick in the 4th round.
I'm going to say Danny Gray. The 49ers don't care what you did in college. They are watching you play, projecting you to their scheme. The main thing I wanted to say is number 1 comp in the box score scout for Danny Gray is McCole Hardman. I mean, this is obviously a Debo replacement, right? Just slide him right in there. We're going to get that big Debo trade on day 3.
Yes.
Well, they just like their fast running backs. So, like, if they just translate that to a fast receiver running back hybrid, they're fine.
And get those manufactured touches. Sam, you have one more take for us before we go?
I guess, yeah, I'm just happy to see all the teams sort of like committing to the bit during this draft, like the Seahawks drafting a running back when they didn't need one, the Packers failing to draft a wide receiver in the 1st round, the Patriots drafting someone in the 1st round that confuses the broadcast on ESPN. I was just, it's good to have consistency year over year in the NFL.
Yeah, when you come back for the show, I mean, you don't want like your writing room to have changed. I mean, you need to keep developing these characters. They have to perform.
We had to get one more reference into the Seahawks taking the running back. Thanks for hanging out with us for all 4.5 hours of this stream. Thank you guys, Dricko, Sam, for coming on and joining us. Make sure to read everything Dricko's been writing over at RotoViz. It's been fantastic. For Shawn, I'm Ben. Thank you guys. We will be back tomorrow with even more of this. Until then, see you.
See you guys.